일단 그런 식으로 한 번 더 얘기해 볼게요. 지금 화장실 가려고. 화장실만 갔다가.
형 방송해줘. 영어로 해줘. 시간 계획상 8시 반부터 10시 반까지입니다. 경기가 없나 보다. 경기가 없어. All right, it's 8:30. Well, it's past 8:30, so we'll start the first round of 2x2. If you are competing in 2x2, first groups, so groups 11, 31, 51, 71, please come up to the stage. Also, if you're staffing for the first round or the first groups, please come up to the stage. 안녕하세요. 2x2 첫 번째 조에 참가하시는 선수분들께서는 무대로 오셔서 기록 측정을 해주시기 부탁드립니다. 또한 스태프 역할이 배정돼 있으신 분들도 무대로 오셔서 스태프 역할을 수행을 부탁드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to day 3 of the Rubik's WCA World Championships 2023 in Incheon. Welcome, welcome. I'm Erik Akkersdijk. Next to me,
OJ, hello.
good morning. What's cooking? Good looking?
Thank you. yeah, it's good. We're going to kick off with some 2x2 today. Love a bit of 2x2.
Also, if you are competing in multi-blind, if you pass the cutoff for multi-blind, and if you are doing attempt 2 of multi-blind, you have until 9:30 to submit your cubes. So please head over to the side stage and submit your cubes as soon as possible.
So yeah, if you didn't hear, multi-blind has a 14-point cutoff, which means if you didn't get at least 14 points in attempt 1, then you're not going to make it through to attempt 2, and your attempt has ended there. And as we know, Graham Siggins, the world record holder and former world champion, DNF'd the first attempt. and so he will not be doing the second attempt, which means he's out of the running.
That's true. That's true. So 11 people DNF'd, and then there's a lot of people who didn't make the cutoff. Let's see how many did. Like about
18 people.
19 people made it.
No, 19 is 12 points.
Oh, you're correct.
Yeah, 18 people got 14 points or more. So there'll be at most 18 people in this next attempt of multi-blind.
So while the competitors for multi-blind are going to present their cubes to be scrambled at the scrambling area, the stage is currently getting ready for the first round of 2x2. The first round of 2x2 in which many people will compete. There's probably going to be even more people here than yesterday because today is the first day that we'll have the main event 3x3. So we're going to see the most people because I think almost, if not all of them, are competing in 3x3. Meaning that also, finally, we can finish the bingo.
Yep, that's true because one of the bingo points is for an official sub-10 3x3 solve. And so we know that there's guaranteed that no one has completely finished the bingo yet until possibly this afternoon.
That's right. So having a look back at yesterday. Yesterday was a day packed full with action. We had a very splendid opening ceremony with some flashy performances, some nice cultural music, dances, and explosive taekwondo.
Yeah, very explosive. That was really good fun, I thought. I thought it was a really good introduction to that kind of culture and just cool to see, really.
I thought it was really nice with the taekwondo that there was both like this, like almost like traditional dancing, but then it like started to transition into a more poppy K-pop theme kind of thing.
Yeah, and they came out with those weird masks on with the X over it. That was quite cool.
Yeah.
Quite menacing.
Reminded me a little bit of some Netflix series.
Yeah.
You know where? And then after the opening ceremony, we had some very interesting finals.
Indeed. So we had 6x6 finals, clock, Megaminx, and 7x7.
That's right. So before we talk about the finals, maybe a little point of our stream. So apparently the video is not safe for Twitch.
We have started
in Korea.
2x2 round 1. If you're in the first group of 2x2, please come up to the stage.
Yeah, that's correct. So
2x 1라운드를 시작하였습니다.
Yeah,
첫
I knew
번째 조에
it.
참가하시는 선수분들께서는 무대로 오셔서 큐브를 제출하시고 대기해 주시면 되겠습니다. 감사합니다.
So Twitch in Korea doesn't save the VODs. However, the VOD will be saved on the KCCU YouTube channel, which is another place we were streaming it yesterday, another place we're still streaming it today. We did, unfortunately, cut off the very end of the stream. It was after Max's last 7x7 solve, but before the end of 7x7. However, we will be cutting the stream today so that it will get the entire stream in place.
That's right. That's right.
So on YouTube, it will be split into 2 streams today. One before lunch, one after lunch.
And if all fails, we still have the hard footage saved by our camera team. So no worries. You will be able to watch it back afterwards. So starting off with the 6x6 finals, they were very, very close. They were very exciting.
Yeah, so I think everyone was thinking that Max would probably come first, at least podium. And yeah, he came 6th.
That's right. He didn't pop. I didn't see any particular solve where he messed up. It was also really hard to see the solves, considering usually all of the people are basically solving under the table.
Yep.
But yeah, his mean is a 124.21. It's only 2 seconds, or not even 2 seconds, behind number 3, our first podium, Songhyuk Nam, our local hero.
Yeah, it's very tight between 2nd and 7th, really.
Indeed.
Only 3 seconds or so.
So Taman won with a mean of 115, very strong, and then
5 seconds ahead of the crowd, which is incredible.
and then Kieran, our beloved Irish, came in second with 121 flat. Nam with 122.86 completes the podium, and then Felix almost made it to the podium with a 123.24, only not even half a second slower than Nam.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Felix isn't expecting any podiums from this competition. So to come so close to one must have been a little bit of a so close, probably.
It would have been fun to see him back on the podium. The amount of cheers would be massive.
Yeah, so true.
After 7x7, we had our clock finals, and they were really exciting as well. Just as 7x7, it was not possible to see them actually solve the clock because it's not possible from the camera angles that we are having. Nevertheless, it was really exciting. It was really close. Contrary to 6x6, I think the favorite did win this time. Tommy Cherry from the United States with an average of 375, very strong.
Yep. But then, of course, in second and third place, we had tied Conan Mo and Luke Garrett, both tied with a 4.66 average. And so Conan Mo ended up coming second because of his single being less than 0.2 seconds faster.
That's incredible.
Which is the second tie, I believe, that we've had in the podium, isn't it?
Ooh,
or am I mistaken?
That's a good question. You know who might be able to answer this question?
Oh, yeah, that's me.
Hero
I seem to
knows,
remember
mate.
someone saying it, so I'll have a quick look.
So after clock, we had Megaminx. Megaminx still my favorite event personally. I still think it's the aesthetically most pleasing puzzle to look at.
Oh, I remember what happened now. It's not that there was a tie, it's that there was a 0.01 second difference
Yeah,
between second and third place again in Megaminx.
exactly. So again, just like in 6x6, the favorite did not win. He did come to the podium this time. So Leandro Martin Lopez from Argentina came in second. And
Yeah,
Tristan,
it looks like he started off with a not great time of 34, and then probably the pressure just got to him at the very end and got a 31, which is, of course, counting.
yeah, horrible time, 31 for Megaminx. The winner, Tristan Tra Yong from Singapore, had a very nice average, 29.25. He also started off badly, just as Leandro with a 34. But then on the last solve, he did a 30, not a 31, and that made a difference.
And then, yeah, we got Alexandra Vucic, apologies for the pronunciation, from New Zealand, and he got the OCR average and single. So he got OCR 29.68 average and 26.00 single. And so that placed him third. Nicholas Nyang, as we were literally just talking about yesterday, about rounds where he's not come first. Before this competition, there were only 3 rounds he'd ever not come first in, and now he came fourth in the final.
Yeah, that's surprising. I had Nicholas pegged to be like spot number 2, 3, at least be on the podium. Still a strong performance, sub 30 average, but it wasn't enough to make it onto the podium.
Yeah, he came second in round 2, so he'll definitely be disappointed with that. Sorry, second in round 1.
Ooh, a 0.99 single for the person on the yellow stage.
On the stage, we have 2x2 round 1. If you are competing in the first group, group 11, 31, 51, 71, please come up to the stage and submit your puzzle. Also, if you are staffing for the first groups, please come up to the stage and staff for the competition. 현재 무대에서는 2, 1라운드가 진행 중입니다. 첫 번째 조가 진행되고 있으니 첫 번째 조에 참가하시는 선수분들께서는 무대로 오셔서 큐브를 제출하시고 선수 대기석에서 대기해 주시기 바랍니다. 또한 스태프로 배정되신 분들은 무대로 오셔서 역할 수행 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Here we have Zain Kanani, probably the favorite for 2x2. Actually, he is the favorite for 2x2 according to the polls. There was a prediction game going on, and I think he got about at least 90% of the votes. I already saw a 2.0 solve from him. Let's see what he gets on this one. Inspecting probably at least 6 solutions. Then picks the correct one in his eyes, or the fastest one, maybe not even the most efficient one, but the fastest one. And then just a matter of executing it. 176 and a head shake. So to complete the finals yesterday, the last final, the final, it was the 7x7 finals. Obviously, Max Park being the favorite for this one as well. This time he owed up to his reputation, didn't disappoint.
Yep, definitely redeemed himself after 6 finals.
Very strong solving of him.
9 seconds ahead of second place, which was Timon Kolozinski.
Exactly. So behind Max, it was really tight. So places 2 to 5 are only separated by a second every time. So it's 155 from Timon Kolozinski from Poland, Lim Hung from Malaysia with 156. Then in 4th place, Kieran with 157. And in 5th place, Do Kwon Hung from Vietnam with 158. Then there's a gap. There's no 159 averages, and it will continue then from 6th place, Songyuk Nam with a 2 flat, and then even it continues. Dongso Park from Korea as well, 201.
Yeah. And Felix in 8th, so not nearly as good as his 6x6 performance, relatively speaking.
True, yeah.
And then, yeah, that wrapped up the day. And of course, we've got a lot more rounds today. We've got 2x2 round 1, OH round 1, 3 blind round 1, 3x3 round 1, and then 5x5 round 2 and Scube round 2. And then we'll have dinner, and then we'll have the Nations Cup, which starts at 6:30 in Korea time, which is GMT +9. So make sure to come back for that, because that is going to be a spectacle for sure.
Indeed, indeed. I hope we can get something to eat in this 30 minutes of break for dinner.
I'm starting to think that there's not going to be 30 minutes. I feel like that's going to get cut short, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Here we got Zain again. The 1.44, which is, I think, counting after the other solve we saw him do. So yeah, it's no wonder that he's got a head shake there, because that is not the sort of time that Zain would be happy with. Anyone else probably quite chuffed with that.
Sure.
But
So it looks like to be
We are
Zain has
wrapping
one
up
attempt
the
left.
first group of 2x2. So we are now calling group 2 as well. So if you're in group 12, 32, 52, or 72, please submit your puzzles. Come to the backstage. 첫 번째 조가 끝나가고 있어서 두 번째 조를 호명하겠습니다. 두 번째 조에 참가하시는 선수분들께서는 무대로 오셔서 큐브를 서밋하시고 큐브를 제출해 주시고 무대 뒤쪽에서 대기해 주시면 되겠습니다.
So yeah, today not that many events. We have many waves though, and in every wave or round or whatever, like the correct term is wave. You can almost every time see one of the top cubers compete. The top cubers have been spread out across of the grouping, across the stages. So there's always something interesting to see.
And we'll be trying our best to focus in on those people where we can, and also talk about them a bit ourselves as commentators.
Exactly. So on the bottom left, Zane for his last and final solve. Let's see if he can make that 133
Also,
count.
if you are competing in multi-blind attempt 2, please submit your puzzles. Go to the side rooms and please submit your puzzles. Another announcement: if you are a senior cuber, if you are a cuber of age 40 or above, at 5 o'clock, they will be taking a group photo outside of Hall 4 in front of the photo wall. So if you are a senior cuber of age 40 or above, and if you want to be in the group photo, please go to the photo wall outside the venue at 5 o'clock.
That was Zane just finishing off his average with a 2.3. He's definitely going to be disappointed with that one.
Yeah, should be okay for the next round.
Oh, for sure. But, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what do you reckon his goal would have been for round 1? Like, just to see whether he can perform under the pressure of the world stage?
Sure. I mean,
That'd be a good idea.
He has competed in other events before, obviously, but every event is a little bit different from your mindset, I think, especially for your main events, which 2x2 is certainly one of his main events.
And there'll be a lot of, maybe not pressure, just a lot of expectation on him to do well in 2x2.
Yeah.
He is by far the best in the world at the moment, which is, I thought, was going to be unheard of for 2x2, to be honest. I feel like only a few years ago, the top results were so close together and it was always anyone's game. And I feel like Zane's the first person in years to have actually dominated the event.
That's right.
So we saw 0.99 earlier, and it got me thinking that I remember sub-1s used to be a complete rarity and used to never really see them. They were only on the 4 movers or something. And now, of course, like Zane's getting multiple on an average and other people are getting them way more often. And so I did a quick stat for it. The most sub-1s at competition was at Mid-Atlantic Championship 2023. There were 17 sub-1s set by 7 different people. So it's not even like they all just got the same scramble.
It was not on the same attempt.
No, it can't have been because there were 7 people that got 17 sub-1s.
Right.
Which means there must have been multiple people who got multiple sub-1s. And then in Polish Championship 2021, there were 12 sub-1s set by 12 different people. So I presume that was just one very easy scramble.
Gotcha. So let's see what this World Championship will provide us with.
Yeah, well, we've seen at least one already.
All right, so keep count. It's, of course, hard to keep track of all of the timers because we have 20 timers on the yellow and green stages and 16 on the red and blue stages.
Which by my calculation puts us at 72 timers in total, which is a lot.
I'm impressed.
Thank you. Standard UK competition would have 24 timers, so that's almost, or is it 3 times as much? Yeah, it is 3 times as much. Cool.
Here on the yellow stage, Anthony Paterakis from the Netherlands.
Although the red T-shirt.
Although he did carry the Greek flag yesterday.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, previously he did compete for Greece. He is, of course, a former champion of 2x2. And he still has some chances, obviously, to do well at this World Championship.
Yep, 2x2 is such a short and volatile event that I think that anyone at the top could win it. And he's definitely one of the people at the top, so he's definitely in with a shot, I think.
All right, 157. Very small lockup in the middle of his solve, but it was not too bad.
Yeah, I feel like in 2x2, any small lockup, you're going to see a little grimace on their face.
Yeah, yeah.
Because to be fair, small lockup, huge time difference when it comes to 2x2.
What we have prepared before this competition is also a list of all of the world champion records. So that's all the fastest times ever done at world championships. Almost all of these records are done at the previous one in Melbourne, 2019, because we hadn't had a championship in 2021, unfortunately.
Yeah, every single World Championship record before this competition was set in either 2017 or 2019, with a single exception. See if you can guess which one that would be in the chat. The 2x2 World Championship record is 1.44 for average by Anthony Patarakis and 0.87 from Ben Whitmore from the UK.
Not too shabby.
So I believe that Zayn hasn't yet broken that in this round.
True.
Maybe someone else will, because I think 1.44 is very achievable for some of the fastest solvers.
Yeah, we can run the code again after this round. Or after the first rounds of all of the events, maybe.
Yep.
Otherwise.
I've been trying to keep up to date. I didn't add in the finals from yesterday, but almost all of the records from this year are currently beating the records from 2019 and 2017. The only exceptions are four blind. We have guaranteed. Stanley got a 111 rather than 108, which is his record from 2019. And currently, Krzysztof Boba got that is a 46-point multi, which doesn't beat the 47.
2x2, group 2. If you're in group 12, 32, 52, 72, please submit your puzzles. 무대에서는 현재 2-2를 진행하고 있습니다. 2-2 두 번째 그룹, 두 번째 조에 소속되신 선수분들께서는 큐브를 제출하시고 무대 뒤쪽에 선수 대기석으로 이동해 주시기 바랍니다.
Anthony got a 1.42 on that back yellow stage just now, so...
Nicholas Archer from the UK also had a 176 average. If that 176 is indeed correct, that means that they are tied currently for first place. Zayn and Nicholas. Oh, no, there he goes. It's already gone. And it's gone. Hunin Wang from China with a 166 average. And he's also gone again. Alexei Svetkov with an average of 146 is now in first place.
It looks like Kyle Santucci got 0.58 NR on the first attempt. It looks like that first scramble must have been good because we've got a few sub-ones. Alexei also got a 0.71 and a 0.99 on Sol 4. I think that was the one that we saw maybe. So he got two sub-ones and one average. Pretty impressive.
There will be 45 people advancing to the next round? No, that can't be right.
80, I think?
No, it's top 200 advanced to round 2.
Oh, yeah.
It's because of the amount of results that have been entered so far that
it's capped at 75% at the moment, yeah.
Exactly.
Up. Up to the top. So currently, the first place has a 1.46 average, which is not yet a World Championship record. There's 0.02 off. In round one, round one of 7x7, Max Park came 0.03 off breaking the World Championship record single. However, he did beat it in the finals with a 141. Okay.
Looks like Anthony did another solve. Unfortunately, this one is off camera. So for the yellow and green stages, we have 2 fixed cameras. So we cannot see the times of the other.
Yeah, we're trying our best to get the fast people to sit at the stations that we've got cameras on, but yep, we can't get everything. So we'll see what we can.
There will be more rounds though, so if people from green and yellow stages off camera get good times, we'll see them again in the next round, where we will have better chances of catching them on camera.
We are wrapping up the second group of 2x2. If you are competing in the third group for 2x2, please submit your puzzles and wait at the waiting area backstage. Again, if you are in the third group of 2x2, please submit your puzzles. 두 번째 조가 마무리되고 있습니다. 세 번째 조에 소속된 선수들께서는 퍼즐을 제출하시고 무대 뒤쪽으로 이동해 주시기 바랍니다. 세 번째 조에 소속되신 선수분들은 무대 뒤쪽으로 오셔서 퍼즐을 제출하시고 대기해 주시기 바랍니다.
Okay, so that's group 3 of 2x2 has just been called, or wave 3, should I say? And that is me, so I'm going to be competing on the yellow stage now.
멀티 블라인드 2회 시도하시는 분들은 회의실로 이동해 주셔서 퍼즐을 제출해 주시기 바랍니다. If you are competing in multi-blindfold attempt 2, please go to the side rooms and submit your puzzles.
All right, hello everybody.
Yo, Chris.
What's up?
What's up?
What's up? How are you feeling this morning, Erik?
A bit tired.
Yeah.
My feet are dead. Luckily, we have a chair.
Yes.
We even have 2. We're gonna go see what the next group of 2x2 is gonna do. We have some excellent 2x2 solvers within this group. On the red stage, we'll see Brennan. And on blue stage, we have Brian Johnson.
Yeah, both not really 2x2 mains, mostly focusing on 3x3 nowadays, but still capable of getting low 1 solves. Brennan with around a 1.2 average, and similar for Brian Johnson.
That means that if they equal or get close to their personal best, they would have a good chance of placing high within this round.
Oh, wow, there must have been a fast scramble. Kyle Santucci got a 0.58 Canadian national record single. And I think Brennan Lynn had that one before.
Let's see if he can get it back.
Yeah, maybe.
So if it's within the same round, it will not be a national record then.
Or within the same day. Did we manage to see that scramble on screen?
136 plus 2.
Wow, I have no idea who that is.
That hurts.
That is a rough start.
Yes, signing takes longer than solving the cube.
Speed cubing.
Hashtag 2x2.
I always hate it when the very first solve of the average, you get a good time and it's a +2, because the rest of the average, you're always thinking of what could have been.
That's right.
We've got our very own Oliver Wheat on the yellow stage, solving in the back there.
Let's go.
Let's see what he can get. Okay. And a 409 for Oliver. I have no idea what his 2x2 personal records are like, so I'm going to look that up.
Excellent question.
All right, he's got a 3.6 official average, so not going to be, first solve, not sub his PR, but you never know.
Yeah.
Dylan Miller on the blue stage right now. Not really a 2x2 solver, mostly focuses on Mega Minx and 3x3.
3, 3, 3. Is that chocolate then as well?
No.
Is that what you would consider chocolate?
No, in the UK, we would only consider it chocolate if it was 3 decimal places. They're the same.
I see, I see. Well, the same digits for your whole solve should also be something, right? Maybe it should be...
Something special. Extra special.
Extra special. Chris, what was your favorite moment of yesterday?
That is a very tough question. In those finals, I had a lot of my friends competing, and it was an emotional roller coaster for me. But I think 6x6 finals is probably up there. Seeing Timon, a good friend of mine, surprisingly take the win, with Kieran, another good friend of mine, taking second, was very nice to see. And Felix, only just narrowly missing that podium by half a second.
That was a good one. Only a second. Not even a second, actually.
I spent some time with him in the start of the year, or late last year. And back then he was saying his goal for the World Championships was to get a podium.
Our own Oliver with a better time this time, 294.
Very solid.
Good job.
So Felix yet to get a podium at this World Championships, but 5x5 and 4x4 finals are still yet to come, and 3x3 finals. You never know.
Exactly.
You never know with Felix.
Full of surprises.
I also had a very enjoyable time watching Mega Minx finals. I was sat with Elias EU, another fellow New Zealander, and we were watching Alexander Vucic. And Alex has had a massive mental barrier of trying to beat the sub 30 average, and he managed to destroy the barrier for the first time in a World Championship finals.
On the green stage, front left, Kevin Gerhardt with a 167.
Former 2x2 world record holder, actually.
Yeah.
I believe he had around a 145 average a few years back.
On top right, Arisanda Su. Good badminton player. 506 with a penalty. And OJ with a 588.
I think that was the last person solve, actually.
That's not very nice. Top right, Brian Johnson. 147.
Smiles all around, so he seems to be satisfied with that solve. Or very disappointed, and he's trying to laugh it off. OJ making a bit of a mistake and getting a 7.1. I think we should talk about the opening ceremony, Eric.
I would love to talk about that all day.
It was amazing. I was not expecting that much talent to be here in a World Championship venue that wasn't cubing talent. The vibes, I thought the vibes were pretty good. Everybody was just kind of shocked as to what we were watching. If any of you in chat want to watch this back, if you go onto the KCCU YouTube, where we are also streaming this on the channel page, on prior streams, you can find that. And it will probably be about 9 hours into the stream or something like that. I'm not sure exactly, but you should have no trouble finding it. And it's definitely worth a watch if we've got some downtime on this stream.
Exactly. Like during the opening ceremony, something was going on the stage, and then at some point, suddenly we heard some massive noise coming from the right side,
Yeah.
from where we are sitting, where they started banging the drums really loudly.
Yeah, there was a marching band almost, but it
Yeah.
was not the normal marching band we are used to in the
No.
West. But it was definitely much cooler.
They put everything to another level.
Yeah.
For example, the spinning discs. I
Yeah.
enjoyed that a lot as well. You all probably know the spinning discs. So you have a stick and you spin like a plate on it. But they had some, I think it was a wooden disc that they were spinning, and they were even like tossing it up and down and passing it on to each other.
Yeah. It
And
was
behind
crazy.
the leg, behind the back. It was really fun to see.
And let's not forget the taekwondo.
Nobody will ever forget the taekwondo.
It was, to me, it felt like it started as like a street dance kind of thing.
traditional.
A traditional street
Yeah.
dance, and then all of a sudden they were kicking things, flipping things, jumping super high, and it was stuff I'd never seen before in person. Some crazy talent.
It was really loud as well when they got these boards to crack. You could hear it throughout the whole venue, and it gave a nice crack.
Yeah. Brennan Lynn with a 162 on that solve. Now, zooming in on Tim Reynolds.
Tim Reynolds, one of the 7 people here with a 2005 ID. Still going strong.
Still very prominent in the northeast of America, of the US, organizing competitions. I actually went to one of his competitions in Massachusetts in April, Cape Cod. It was in a lovely
We are
seaside
doing the
town.
Third group of 2x2. If you are competing in multi-blindfolded, attempt 2, please go to the side rooms and submit your puzzles now. You will not be able to compete if you do not submit your puzzles in time. So if you are competing in multi-blindfolded second attempt, please go to the side rooms and submit your puzzles.
Oh, this is also one for the bingo, by the way. Brian Johnson rocking the head cam.
Oh, yeah? Where is our bingo sheet? Did we lose it?
Yeah. Didn't you memorize it?
I'll have to get another one.
But I'm sure the head cam was one of the options that you had to cross off.
I
Yeah.
think you're right. Brian with some very consistent solves. Every time the camera's been on him, we've seen him get a mid one and look pretty happy with it.
Yeah.
Still got
Smiles.
more solves left, though.
Heads back to the waiting area.
Elijah Brown, notably a pyramid solver, getting a 146 and looking a little bit frustrated.
On the stage, we are finishing up third group of 2x2. If you are competing in 2x2 in the fourth group, please come up to the stage. Again, if you are group 14, 34,
Oh, Jody,
54,
no.
A 102
or
plus 2.
74, please come to the stage.
Jody is the current
submit
2
your
by 2
puzzle
Oceanic.
and wait in the competitor area. 현재 무대에서는 2x2 세 번째 그룹을 마무리하고 있습니다. 2x2 네 번째 조에 편성되신 선수분들은 무대로 오셔서 퍼즐을 제출해 주시고 선수 대기석에서 대기해 주시기 바랍니다.
Oh man, that last solo from Jody that gave me that broke my heart.
That did. Broke my heart too. A 102 plus 2 for Jody. Not quite sure what the scramble is like. Maybe we'll see Brian on this scramble now. 142. So
Again,
consistent.
if you're in the
So
fourth
every
group
time we've
of
watched him, he's got
2x2,
1.4.
please submit your puzzles and go to the backstage.
I wonder what the solution was from Jody. It looked really short. Maybe maybe he can remember and give it to us. See if we find it.
Yeah, it seems as if not many other people found that solution.
Here he is again.
And a 224. Very
All right.
solid.
So according to our information, the group after this group will have many fast people, amongst with Luke Garrett, Ruhang, Felix, and Mr. Bashutkin. All very prominent 2x2 solvers. Let me predict a 1.4x for this one. No.
No.
We jinxed it.
The one solve we hope for a 1.4, he doesn't get it. $175 for Kartula from Estonia. I believe he's the current 3x3 national record holder from Estonia. I know he has a lot of issues handling nerves in competition, performing a lot better at home than he does here. Hopefully he can pull out some good solves later in 3x3 round 1.
Having a look at the live results, previously we had Alexei Tsetkov with a 146 average with this counting .99 that we talked about earlier. But now
Wow.
Anthony Patorakis from the Netherlands has joined him, also a 146 average. His single is a little bit worse, so that means that he technically is in second.
Another +2 for Jody.
No.
Oh, what's he doing?
That's a counting 3 then.
That is.
But again, 200 people will make it to the second round, so even with a counting 3, that's definitely
We are
possible.
doing the fourth group of 2x2. If you are competing in 2x2 and are in groups 14, 34, 54, or 74, please come to the backstage and submit your puzzle. 2x2 네 번째 조를 진행하고 있습니다. 본인이 2x2 네 번째 조에 소속되어 있으시다면 무대 뒤쪽으로 오셔서 큐브를 제출해 주시고 대기해 주시면 되겠습니다.
Heading back towards the commentary booth. Hello, Jody.
Jody Brewster himself. the +2 king. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about those a lot.
What happens on the 104 +2?
Is the round over yet? So I got a 1.02 +2, and it actually had a solved layer, and it was just a CLL. It was a really easy CLL. It was just for people on the stream you can't see, but it was this one,
Ooh.
and it's quite easy. You just do that.
So hedge, and then insert.
U2R, U2R prime.
Wow.
But yeah, I got the AUF wrong. And then on my last solve, I don't know what happened. I was just dumb. Very sad. Yeah.
On the bottom left, Bernard Brodowski, a well-known cuber. He's not the fastest, though, apparently.
All right, we've now got Jode Brewster and Chris Mills in the commentary booth, ready to watch some 2x2 solves.
Indeed.
This is going to be a pretty quiet group. We might see a few ones here and there, but for the most part, we're just going to be preparing for the next group, which has quite a few notable people in. In the next group, we'll have Luke Garrett competing on the yellow stage, both Ruhang and Felix competing on the red stage, and Alexander Bashutkin competing on the green stage. One of the most interesting things about this competition for me is seeing all of these young kids from China getting times, incredible times, competing with the world's best. And I don't know who they are.
Did you see the kids in Pyraminx yesterday?
Yeah.
That were like, it's got to be not even the, like.
And as we're talking about it, this kid gets a 21.
He's just chill about it. Oh, he's smug. He knows what he just did. But yeah, in Pyraminx yesterday, we saw some really young Chinese kids getting like 2-second averages on Pyraminx.
Yeah,
like
crazy. On the yellow stage, to the left right now, we've got Marc Dullemond, who over the last couple of days has stepped up a lot streaming-wise, and he's been helping a massive amount backstage. So shout out to Marc.
We love you, Marc. Up on the blue stage, we've got the #1 seed for Pyraminx, Sebastian Lee, getting a 2.33.
Former Oceanic record holder. He lost his record yesterday to Jasper Murray, who got a 152 average in a competition in Dunedin in the south of New Zealand. It's very close at the top of Pyrrha. There's loads of people with a 1.5x average now, but Ezra Shear just edging it out with a 151 world record average. Sadly, he's not here at the competition, but we've still got a lot of top pyramid solvers and possibility for world records in future rounds.
He's definitely still edging, though.
On the yellow stage at the back is Il-kyu Choi, the main organizer for this competition. He's been very hard at work this entire weekend, trying to hold everything together. And for the most part, he's doing a pretty good job. And it's great to see him get the chance to compete as well.
All right, red stage. It's another Team China competitor. They
We're going to have to
probably
learn
be
these.
super fast.
We're
We'll
gonna
have to learn these names.
Learn these names at some point. Hey.
Well, in a year, they'll all be way ahead of us anyway. Oh, they already are pretty much.
Opting to stand up due to quite
Shortness.
low chair and also being quite short.
2.4. Very, very
Solid.
good. Yeah. Ooh. We've got this guy. we got a 1.21 on the last solve. Let's see what he can pull out.
Very confident with his readying.
I bet he's seeing 12 solutions right now. Wow.
Oh, looked like he did anti-CLL there. So set up to R2, F2, R2. Looks like maybe he didn't manage to one-look that whole solve, hence the bit of the disappointment at the end. But still, a 2.4 is a very fast solve.
We've got Simon Kellum getting a 1.45. Now over on the red stage, we've got getting a 2.43 on his last solve. Let's see what he can get. Seems to have very fluid turning.
Looks like the competitor to the left just had a timer issue. So we'll get that resolved by the delegate on the stage right now.
Michael Young to the rescue.
Looks like it's going to be a DNF because he didn't start the timer, which is a shame, but I'm sure he'll manage to pull it back.
And we've got this guy again.
This guy.
On the red stage.
I think I'm going to have to do some talking to people sometime this competition and learn some names.
I think that would be good. It's like a nice yellow layer. Oh, yes.
A 165.
He doesn't look satisfied, though. He looks like he's hungry for it.
I think he's just staying in the zone, staying focused. He knows what he needs to do, and he's doing pretty well. I saw that guy in the pink shirt in my hotel earlier today. I don't know who he is.
Not away. I think he was in the elevator this morning, actually.
I'll have to talk to him later today. Erik has just informed us he is a German in Cuba. Alvin Wotz from Switzerland, coming up for a 2x2 solve.
Oh, and a bit of locking there. And that's going to be a 4.09.
Looks like he did an X2 or a Z2 or something in that solution.
Big rotation and regrip. Oh, we've got Jimmy O on the yellow stage on the right. He's one of my Airbnb mates for this trip.
Nice.
He actually lived in Tasmania for a while
Really?
before coming back to do his army service.
Who would have thought?
Yeah. Very, very cool guy.
Simon Kellum on the red stage now. Saw him get a mid one earlier on. He is very good at both 2x2, Scube, and Pyraminx. And also very good at delegating a lot of competitions.
Ooh, and a 3.38.
Simon, I think, has been to the most competitions this year so far. Do you know how many competitions he's been to this year?
How many competitions has he been to?
He has been, I think this is his 53rd of the year.
Wow. And we have this guy on the
This
red
guy.
stage. Look at him go. Oh.
Didn't manage to one-look that solve, but still pretty good. Yeah, so Simon Callum.
53 competitions.
I think it was 52 or 53, something absolutely absurd,
How many
considering we're
weekends
only
have
in
there been
August.
this year? There's only been 33 weekends in 2023, but he's done 53 competitions.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely
다음은
insane.
5조 앞으로 오셔서 큐브를 제출해 주시면 되겠습니다. Y15, R35, B55, G75 앞으로 오셔서 큐브를 제출해 주시면 되겠습니다. The next is Y15, R35, B55, G75. Please submit your cube.
All right, I'm going to hand back over to OJ now and let OJ and Jody have some banter for the next few groups. All right, see you guys later.
I've only just realised this, but we could call ourselves Jode.
Oh, Jody.
Oh, Jody.
Or we can call ourselves like Joj.
Joje. Oh, I like Joje. Joje's good.
It's like Joji if he was French. Joj.
JD. Oh.
Oh.
Now we've combined the two. A mashup of a mashup.
This is cursed. We're just talking about Simon Kellum, who has done 53 competitions this year in 33 weekends.
Yeah, I've heard about this actually.
I need to look at this.
So him and is it Peter Hugerson Miller or someone are in the battle to have the most competitions in a year, and
What-
intentionally going out of their way to go to multiple in a weekend because that's the only way that they can do. It's not good enough anymore just to do one a weekend.
What is the current world record for the most competitions in a year?
I can find that out if you give me my laptop.
Oh yeah, that's your one. So in this 2x2 round, we have quite a few big names. So we've got oh sorry, I'm misreading. We have Luke Garrett, Ruhang Shu, Felix Zemdegs, and Alexander Bashkutkin. I hope I'm saying that right. So we'll hopefully see some impressive results this round. And Felix with a 1.82 over on the red stage to begin the round.
친구들은 스토리 이거를 태그.
태그를 안 하는 게 낫지 않아? 얘는 근데 인스타그램에 태그를 하라고 적으면 우리가 파우치 줄 때 태그 한번 확인할 건가요?
Okay, we have Ruhong Shu on the red stage, preparing for his solve. And now we have Felix Zemdegs on the red stage,
I
preparing
guess
for
we know
his
who
solve.
our cameramen favour.
Yes.
We will be able to tell you Ruhang's result though, since we will be able to see it ourselves. Ooh,
Bit of trouble there.
I got a faster average than that. I'm better than Felix.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
Oh, we're
Oh.
panning back over to Ruhang just in time
Oh,
for the
right in
solve.
time.
1.95 and a head shake.
Bit of a lock there.
프로셔에 어디 뭐가 비슷하지?
브로셔에 일정이 있는데 거기에 뭘 글자치 몇 시까지 뭘
Got a Katakukala on the blue stage with a 2.08. The Scube world record holder. Typically, Scube and 2x2 are quite linked events with people doing well on them. Very fast-paced events. Or sprint events, as Timon calls them.
Ruhong Shu on the red stage. Just about to do his second solve, I believe. First solve was a 1.95.
On the stage, we are still doing fifth group of 2x2. If you're competing in the fifth group of 2x2, you should be on the stage competing.
Uh, 1.46 for his second solve. Nico Ronkainen with a 2.45. And we've got Joey Gooley on the yellow stage. A lot of older cubers. We're a big fan of Joey. Not exactly best at 2x2 though.
현재 무대에서는 5조에 소속된 선수들이 2바이를 재고 있습니다. 15조, 35조, 55조, 75조에 소속된 선수들이면 무대로 오셔서 2위를 진행하고 계셔야 됩니다.
Ruhangshu inspecting for, I believe, his third solve. And it's 1.49. Quite consistent for his second and third solves. With a PR of 1.49, if he keeps this up, he could secure a PR average. Rasmus Stup Detlefsen solving on the blue stage currently. I believe he's got a sub 1.5 2x2 average, so I hope he can pull out something good. And that's a 1.35. Very good from Rasmus.
Yeah, Rasmus, well known for being a square oneer, but still pretty good in the 2x2 rankings. Carter with a 1.24. Looks like it's nearly a +2, but isn't quite. And we're going into Ruhang's fourth solve, I believe, now. Unless we missed one of them. .80.
Definitely won't be a PR average, but we'll rank him reasonably highly for this first round.
Yeah, I think his BPA must be about 1.7, roughly. Felix with a 3.39, which would be counting after his first solve, which was nearly a 5.
We have a photo booth. It's not very well, people really don't know about it. So they want to do some event. If you take a photo, if you go to the souvenir shop, we'll give you something.
Oh, okay.
I'm not very good at this. Excited.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
A native speaker.
I mean, at least now and maybe like every 3 hours, maybe 3 or 4 times a day. I mean, it doesn't have to be word for word. Right, it's between the Incheon booth and the WCA booth. In the corner.
Ruhangshu for his last solve. Let's see what
Just
he
so
can
that
get.
everyone knows, we have a photo booth over by the WCA stand. If you go there and get a photo in there, you can get some free merch.
Sure, yeah. Thank you.
Is that a 2.63 from Ruhang?
안내
Yeah.
말씀드립니다. 대회장 안과 밖에 포토부스가 있습니다. 인생 내꺼 포토부스에서 사진을 찍어서 인스타그램 스토리에 저희 KCCU를 태그하여 업로드 해주시고 인포메이션에 오셔서 인증을 해주시면 저희 월드 챔피언십 2023 기념 파우치를 한 개 드립니다. 사진 2장당 한 장의 노란 파우치를 드립니다. 모두들 많이 이용해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
We got Carter just sitting down the blue stage now. Ski world record holder. Also fellow member of the regulations committee. .19, nice.
Also had a 1.24 earlier in this average. if
Yeah,
I'm
he
correct.
did. Yeah, they did.
Looking to be going very well.
Yeah, Cubers will shake their head at literally anything. Just the tiniest of lockups. Like, oh, got a bad PLL, shake head, shake head. Just beat the world record, shake head, shake head. Could have been better, could have been better. Always could be better. When do you guys think the first official sub 3
On
hours
the
is going to happen?
stage, we are wrapping
Sub
up the
3
fifth
average.
group of 2
Yeah.
by 2 and we are now
50
calling
years
up
at least.
the sixth group
I think that's
of 2 by
past
2.
the
If you're
bounds
in
of
group
possibility.
16,
According to Wired, it is.
36,
Have you seen that video?
56,
Yeah.
76,
Yeah.
please
Do you think it's
come
ever
to the
going to be possible?
backstage, submit your puzzles, and wait in the waiting area.
Every time anyone has ever said this boundary is
방송들입니다.
unbreakable, it's been
현재
broken.
무대에서는
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's
5조
unbreakable.
참가 선수들이
I'm going to say it'll take a long
Oh,
time.
yeah, yeah.
측정을
for sure.
마무리하고 있습니다.
And it'll have to
여섯
be
번째 조에
some crazy new
속해 계신
developments in
선수들
the 3x3 method.
16조,
Possibly, yeah.
36조, 56조,
Or it's been going on for so
76조
long that someone
에
gets
소속돼 있는
5 completely lucky
선수분들은
scrambles.
무대 뒤쪽으로 오셔서
Yeah.
큐브를
If that-
제출하시고
if that's possible,
대기해
that
주시기
could happen today.
바랍니다.
So the only event where I would truly try and put a cap on the world record would be FMC, especially FMC single.
Where would you put the cap on that?
Oh, I gotta eat my words now. I think 15 will be just about possible. I think it'll be a long time before we even see another 16. I would say 13 would be my hard cap. I don't think we'll ever see a 13.
Okay.
Even
Well-
with optimal solving, it's something like 1 in, I can't remember, 1,000, 10,000 to get 13. It drops off so much.
Yeah, I'm pretty similar. I think that, yeah, the cap would be around 14 because we've seen a 14 move scramble in competition. In a,
True.
I think it was Hiroshima 2018. There was a 14 move findable solution with C-fault.
Was that in FMC?
No, it was in 3x3.
Yeah, well, there we go then, because
Yeah.
3x3, you got 5 scrambles per round. Well, no, even more than that, right? 5 scrambles per group, maybe 5 groups per round, 3 or 4 rounds.
Yeah, there's a
And
lot
that's
more
per
time.
Again,
competition,
on the
so-
stage, we are doing sixth group of
It shows the
2 by
14 is
2.
a possible
So
findable
if you're
thing.
in groups 16, 36, 56, or 76, please come to the backstage, submit your puzzles, and wait in the waiting area, please.
Has anyone gotten a 14 out of competition
현재
yet?
무대에서는 6번째 조가 진행되고 있습니다. 2의 6번째 조가 진행되고 있습니다. 무대 뒤쪽으로 오셔서 큐브를 제출하신 후 대기해 주시면 되겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Apparently, there was an 11-move solution on an extra scramble.
No
On an extra
way.
2 specifically. That was in chat.
Zeke Mackey looking very fly. And he's actually repping Australian colours right now with the green glasses, gold
And yellow
earphones.
earphones,
Yeah. Oh yeah, yellow, not gold.
So according to the speedsolving.com wiki, on the list of unofficial world records page,
If you want to
16
get
is the
free
best that anyone's ever done in
merchandise
FMC.
with the
By
photo
3 people.
booth, please bring the physical copy of the printed photo as well. Please bring the physical copy of the printed photo as well. 인스타그램 이벤트에 참여하시는 분들은 출력된 사진을 인생네컷 사진을 가지고 인포메이션 데스크로 와주시기 바랍니다. 출력된 인생네컷 사진을 가지고 오셔야 됩니다.
So yeah, as I was saying, Sebastiano Tronto, of course, got the official 16, and then Baikang Dong and Guido have also got 16s unofficially. I'm sure that many people must have said that they got a 15 or a 14 or a 9 or something, but they're probably from unreliable sources. So unofficial world record is
Rubiks.
always hard to verify, which is why they're unofficial. And that's why we do official competitions where you have to sit down with a judge at a station with delegates around, unlike some speedrunning events where you get them literally sitting at home on your computer, and that's the official times. We do it all in official WCA competitions.
So in this round, we've got a few big names again. We've got Yiheng Wang competing on the yellow stage. Elias EU competing on the red stage. Elias is a former OCR 2x2 average holder, which has since been broken by Phoenix Patterson. But he's held many NRs for New Zealand in the event. We've also got Yo Vishny competing on the blue stage, who is a recently recognized top player with a 1.13 official average, which is the Israeli national record. And is there anyone else?
Got Lucas Garon.
Oh, Lucas
Don't think he's
Garon.
a 2x2er, but he's on the yellow stage at the moment. Another fellow WRC member.
Cameron Stollery on the red stage. Cameron Stollery, 10 years ago at the 2013 World Championships, actually won as a teenager. And it's really funny because at this competition, he brought the World's 2013 shirt.
Again, if
which is
you want to
actually
take part of the Instagram event, please take a photo at the photo booth. You will get take a photo booth at the photo booth machines and bring the physical copy of the printed photo to the information desk, and they will check and give you a free yellow cue pouch.
So Cameron Stollery won 2x2 at Worlds 2013, and he's brought his 2013 Worlds shirt
다시 안내
along to this competition.
방송드립니다. 인스타그램 행사에 참여하실 분들은
Wow.
인생네컷에서 촬영을 하신 후 출력된 사진을 가지고 안내 데스크로 와주시기 바랍니다.
Just quickly, looks like Yihang got a 1.47. He is on the yellow stage at the moment, so we can't always track him with the camera, but we can just hope that he gets on one of the 4 stations that we have filmed. Anyway, tell me about this World's 2013 shirt.
The shirt, it is actually older than Yiheng Wang.
Gosh, that is a good
Yiheng
point.
Wang is 9, and it's been 10 years since 2013. Yeheng's looking a lot better than the shirt, I will say.
Probably smaller than the shirt.
Yeah. Got Elias EU on the red stage with a 2.24. I don't think he's very happy about that one, but he's keeping himself relaxed. On the yellow stage, we've got Calvin Nielsen, just finishing a 5.54 solve. He's known for having the most PRs in a single competition, with 38, I believe, in one single competition.
Just had a quick talk to our camera operators to see if we can focus on Yeheng when he arrives on the yellow stage. So hopefully we'll see a few more of those.
Also got Hassan Kanani, Zain Kanani's brother, on the red stage. Also very, very good at 2x2 and one of the favourites for square one at this competition.
Hassan has a great story behind him with feeling like he was probably in his older brother's shadow. With all the world records that Zayn was getting, and then he got his own world record in square one, which has been beaten, but that's still going to be on his profile permanently. So yeah, another group of brothers with world records in different events, like the Huang Qi brothers.
Yeah. And Yo Vishnu just walking away from the blue stage with a 2.93. I don't think he's very happy with that. We've got Cameron Stollery inspecting over on the red stage, bottom left corner. .65 for Cameron. We'll be satisfied with that. We're just getting some updates from the multi-blind room at the moment. So Charlie Eggins today decided that he wanted to get the world record for 2 out of 2 cubes multi-blind. The world record is 41, and he got 44 seconds. So very close, but unfortunately not good enough.
So what you're telling me is he's one of the only people who actually managed to qualify for attempt 2 with 14 points, and he decided to attempt 2 cubes.
Yep.
At the World Championships.
He's like 13. What?
Okay.
We'll let him do what he wants. At 1.25.
I've been there. I've done small cube attempts just to try and get N out of ends. So 44 seconds, even though that's not world record, that is impressive.
Very impressive.
That's 22 seconds per cube. I mean, sub 20 per cube, I think, is very impressive for 3 blind alone. So only a couple seconds more than that for 2 out of 2.
We've got Elias EU sitting down on the red stage, ready to solve, and also
on the
Avocado.
stage, we are wrapping up the 6th group of 2x2 round 1, and we are calling up 7th group of 2x2. If you are in group 17, 37, 57, 77, please come to the backstage, submit your puzzles, and wait in the waiting area. Again, we are calling up the 7th group of 2x2 round 1. 현재
1.35.
무대에서는 6번째 조가 진행되고 있습니다. 곧 마무리될 예정이오니 7번째 그룹에 참가하시는 선수분들 17조, 37조, 57조, 77조에 소속된 선수분들은 무대 뒤쪽으로 오셔서 큐브를 제출하시고 대기해 주시기 바랍니다.
So someone in chat said that they saw someone move the camera during inspection, and so that should be a DNF. There's a pretty famous case in the past of when Max Park got DNFs for a world record average, I believe, because he moved the camera during inspection. Many people probably don't know this. As a member of the regulations committee, of course I do. Oh, 1.43 from
Juan Miguel.
Yeah.
He also got a 1.25 on his last solve. So looking to be a very good average.
Yeah, he's very happy with. Yeah, so regulation 2I2B was the one. It used to say the competitor must not interact with any active camera, so that included picking up and stuff. It now says the competitor must not use any active camera, with the intention being that you're not using the camera by just picking it up. If you were like starting records or messing about or zooming in, that would be using it. But yeah, that is no longer a DNF as per the regulations that were put in place at the start of this month.
Oh, wow. So you can, move it around the table.
Yep.
Just as long as you don't interact with it.
Exactly. Or as long as you don't use it specifically. I would definitely still not do it if you just want to not avoid any issues, but that is not a thing that you should be DNF for anymore.
So was someone just DNF today for it?
No, people in chat were calling them out, and I'm calling out chat. Chat, you should read the regs more. You should read the August regs. They're very fun. They're very good. I'm very happy with what we managed to do with them. This World Championship venue isn't as cool as 2019 was. I think it's very cool in here. There's really good air conditioning.
It is, yes.
I presume you went to the 2019 Worlds?
I did. Well, yeah, it was in Melbourne, so
Exactly.
very, very close to home.
Literally the other side of the planet for me, so I did not attend.
Yes, the venue at the 2019 Champs was very cool because it was the Melbourne Convention Centre, which is ginormous. And we had, I think, like basically the whole thing booked out. So we had a room for competitor tables, maybe half the size of this hall, and a stadium seating for finals.
Stadium seating is, very good. We had that at Euros last year, and it was just great. There was never full, actually. You could always find seats. Here we've got just a lot of chairs out on the flat, but thankfully we do have the backstages, or the backstations of the blue and red stage arrays, as you can see in the blue picture at the moment. And so as long as people aren't standing up at the front or having their hands up filming, you can typically see the people on the top row.
1.34 for Cameron. Oh, it's a +2. So 3.34 for Cameron Stollery. Patrick Cleveland, a fellow Australian, on the green stage, getting a 5.47. I'm not sure how Patrick Cleveland solves a 2x2 because he does use Ru, and you can't do M moves on a 2x2 without rotating.
Huh. So Max for OH will be in group Y16 and Patrick in G76. So that is the yellow and the green stages during the last group. Unfortunately, those are the stages that we might miss them on, but we're going to really try and push for the runners to take them to some of the stations that we can see so that we can get a focus on them. And just a reminder, you can see anyone's group that you want on competitiongroups.com. And you can literally just click on whoever you want to see all of their groups for the entire day. You can see my groups if you want. I don't know why you want to.
Everyone wants to see your groups. I'm looking at them right now, investigating. So as the results are flowing in from 2x2, we're seeing Bofan Zhang in the lead with a 1.35 average, followed by Brennan Lin with a 1.37 average and Luke Garrett with a 1.45 average. It's very close up at the top, going 1.46, tied 1.46 and 1.48, moving through the top 10.
That 1.35 average is a new World Championship record. Yeah. Let's go. Woo. Cameron with a 2.65 to end off after the +2. Did the organisers not consider which stages to place top competitors on? We did give them a list of top competitors and asked them to be on
네,
stages we could see.
스태프팀 4번 옐로우 스테이지의 스태프분들은 스태프로 와주시기 바랍니다. 다시 한번 말씀드립니다. 옐로우 스테이지 스태프분들은 옐로우 스테이지로 빨리 와주시기 바랍니다.
There was unfortunately a bit of miscommunication there, though, so we have ended up with things like Max on the yellow stage for OH, but we will have everyone on the finals and the semi-finals, I believe, on just the red and blue stages, so we will definitely be able to see them then. Just on round 1, we might miss out on a couple of the solves.
Just some more news from the multi-blind room. Stanley Chappell has unfortunately DNF'd because apparently he just didn't feel like doing multi today.
I can resonate with that. Sometimes you just get into a memo and you're behind pace, nothing's sticking in your brain, and you're feeling tired, and sometimes the best thing to do is just give up.
And his current result doesn't actually put him on the podium, so I assume he's happy with the podiums that he's already got. He's currently in 5th place with a 43 out of 51 result.
I mean, Stanley, not a typical multi-blinder. He's obviously way more focused on 4-blind and 5-blind, but I'm sure that he'll be... I mean, he's still good. Like, the skills are transferable.
Very.
How many points did he get? It was 35. Respectable. Graham DNF'd because he was a bit overwhelmed. Probably the pressure got to him a bit, as well as just the kind of atmosphere that was going on and everything. And he just said that nothing was sticking. I think he was severely jet lagged from a flight that was delayed and everything. So basically just not the best conditions for him. And he DNF'd because of it. So yeah, as we said, he will not be attempting multi-blind attempt 2.
I believe this is Olaf with a 2.6 on 2x2. Not very happy with that.
Okay, this is an announcement to all competitors and all spectators. You should have received an email saying if you are not a competitor, you are not allowed in the backstage. I repeat, if you are not a competitor, you are not allowed in the backstage. Only competitors are allowed in the backstage. If you repetitively come into the backstage, we might have to disqualify the corresponding competitor. Okay? So please do not come back to the backstage. It is very crowded and we are trying to avoid, or we're trying our best to make it safe for everybody. So please cooperate. Thank you.
I have heard word in chat that Yihan got a 1.12 average, which is pretty incredible. I wonder whether that's true. I'm not sure. I'll keep my eye on WCA Live to see whether we can get that result confirmed. So we're currently on group or wave 7. Ooh, 1.24.
I don't know how he can see with that hairdo.
Now, I know you guys are big fans of a certain Timon Klozinski. He will be in the next wave of 2x2. He will be on the blue stage. So if you guys want to watch Timon solve a 2x2 pretty quickly, then yeah, stay tuned for that.
It was so crazy how he just turned up one day and decided to compete in 2x2 and almost got ER average. So
Yep.
1.37 average, I believe.
I think Timon decided that he was done with big cubes for a little while and decided, I want to do another sprint event. And so, yeah, I just decided to, hey, I fancy becoming one of the best in the world at 2x2.
I'm waiting for the Timon Koloshinsky Scube arc.
I got a nod from Chris after that, so I assume it must be true. This is not the final day. This is day 3 out of 4. The World Championships this year being Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. A very unusual format. It does mean that I will have competed on every day of the week other than a Wednesday, as will anyone else who's been to most other major championships, which are usually Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Oh, yeah, me too. Yeah, because Worlds in 2019 was Thursday through Sunday.
So the only other majors you've been to?
Yeah, except for Oceanics
Last year, right?
last year,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And I presume that was Thursday to Sunday as well?
I think it was only 3 days, actually, just
Oh,
Friday
really?
to Sunday. It should have been 4 days, though, I think. All right, final solve for Olaf. And 1.56, very, very consistent average for Olaf. He's happy with that.
Has there ever been a Wednesday competition? Yes. Multiple. Not that many, but multiple. In fact, the Swedes at the moment are holding weekday competitions now, just in the evenings after work in local areas, and they're getting a lot of popularity. So, oh, it looks like we got a DNF in the red stage there from not resetting the timer. Possibly an extra. Should be an extra. Judge didn't reset the timer. I know my regs.
And just from WCA Live, we've gotten some news of a Colombian national record from Juan Miguel. He was solving on the red stage in a orange shirt, if you saw him. He's got a 1.66 2x2 average. Shoo. Beating his previous 1.85 average.
So it is top 200 advanced to round 2. Of course, we've still got wave 7 and wave 8 ongoing, and wave 6 is still being entered. But currently, in order to be in the top 200, you need a sub 4 average, which means I'm already out, but oh well, it's only 2x2.
I was super worried after my round that I wouldn't make it through, but then I realized it was top 200. Because I thought it was 80 like the rest of the round so far. But since I got a 2.5 average, I don't think that's going to do super well. I don't even think it'll be a top 100 for this round.
Oh, a slip up at the end there. 2.8.
1.26 on the red stage from that guy.
Polish. He is very happy with that. The double fist bump twice, I think. Double fist bump.
Quadruple fist bump.
We are still waiting to see if we can get Yi Heng's average confirmed. Trying to use our insider info in the data room. Yi Heng is confirmed. You got a 1.43. Someone in chat lied to us.
Kim Roger doing the white layer and an EG1 to get a 2.19.
It's the yellow layer.
There's a white layer.
It's yellow. It ends with white on top.
Surely not. Chat, which side did he solve?
Chat doesn't know anything.
Oh wait, we're gonna have a replay. Yeah, okay. We're about to have to eat our word. I'm about to have to eat my words. No, there's white on bottom right there. See?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
the EJ had yellow.
Okay. He just did some weird.
So both of us were actually kind of right in a way.
So
Except I was more right than you.
You were more right. He did do a white layer, but then he did end with white on top.
Yeah, it was a weird alg that he did at the end.
Yeah. Not seen an alg like that in 2x2. I could see why it'd be useful.
Yeah, F2s suck on 2x2.
Looks like we're just wrapping up with wave 7 now. After this, of course, we got wave 8, which is Timon's group. On the blue stage. So chat, remind us where you're from. It's currently 20 past 10 in Korea. So where are you from? How late is it? Or how early is it? And when are you going to sleep if you're staying up late to watch this? Got some people from the UK and the EU watching at 2 or 3 in the morning. A few people in the US where it's just in the evening, just after dinner time.
Michael Nielsen, former Pyramix world record holder, competing on the yellow stage in 2x2 now.
I remember for Worlds 2019, when 3v3 finals were on, I stayed up all night to watch it. By the time that I went to bed, it was the early hours of the morning, and my mum had literally just come downstairs. So I said, I'm going off to bed now. So yeah, if you've got the sort of sleep schedule that could do that, I would recommend it, because 3v3 finals are going to be insane. Of course, we've got the Nations Cup tonight at 6:30 Korea time.
Ooh, go Australia.
GMT +9. So tune in for that, because that is going to be fun. Maybe in some regions it would be more advisable to go to sleep now so that you can wake up for that.
On the stage, we are wrapping up seventh group of 2x2. If you are in the eighth group of 2x2, please come to the stage or come to the backstage and submit your puzzle and wait in the waiting area. Again, we are now calling up competitors in group 18, 38, 58, and 78. 현재 2x2 일곱 번째 조가 마무리되고 있습니다. 여덟 번째 조에 속하신 선수분들은 무대 뒤편으로 오셔서 큐브를 제출하시고 대기해 주시면 되겠습니다. 18조, 38조, 58조, 78조에 속해 계신 선수분들은 무대 뒤쪽으로 오셔서 큐브를 제출하시고 대기해 주시기 바랍니다.
I know that many of you guys are probably fans of Cubehead, a very well-known cubing YouTuber. I just saw him walk up, I think, to the green stage, if not, then the blue stage. So maybe we'll get to see him on the green stage.
Cass Hopkins with a 4.92 on the red stage. Oh, actually a 6.92. Sorry, that was a +2. Doesn't look too disappointed, though.
Have there ever been more than 4 rounds of an event at a comp? The answer is simply no. That's not allowed by the regulations currently. Now, maybe I should check, because I know that in the past there were also weird types of qualification rounds, but like B finals that were a bit weird, but I'm fairly certain that no, there was never anything more than 4.
What events haven't had 4 rounds? Surely FMC, 4 blind, 5 blind, multi.
I'll do the stat now. That sounds interesting.
Yeah. Well, what's the most rounds of those events? On the blue stage, we have Michelle Brewster, who is my mum, competing in 2x2. Hopefully, we will get a bit of a zoom. She's also a delegate out in Australia. She's been working on her Ortega recently, so hopefully we'll get to see her use some of that. Oh, not happy. She's going to keep on going, though. Triple sexy. And she's got the OLL. She knows the OLL. And she's got 2 bars. She's done something different. That's not how I taught her. Oh, she's getting her out. It's not a diag. No, just do the J-perm.
No. Oh, no.
And that would be a
26.
great 3x3 time for her. She's not very happy with that. That's all right, though.
Wonder whether she knows that she's got probably about 500 people watching that solve.
Actually, we were working on a while for a good towel to use for sweaty hands, because she was worried about that here. And as soon as she got the world's towel, she was so happy, because we spent literal weeks trying to find a good one.
Yeah, providing a towel for all competitors was such a good idea for this competition. I've used my towel so much. Honestly, at this point, feeling like I need a second towel, but...
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't mind a collection of the world's towels.
Only for the hot countries, though. Like, you're not going to want to come to the UK and get a towel.
I wouldn't say no to a towel in the UK, in case it rains.
Yeah, true. I think it's just the humidity in Korea and the sweat that you get from just walking around everywhere that makes it so useful.
I just feel like the human embodiment of the word glug wherever I go. Felt Lachlan Cook, another Australian, over on the red stage. Let's see what he can pull out. He's got his 3D printed cube stand, which actually just attaches to a 7x7. It's very interesting. He's an electrical engineer, so spends a lot of time 3D printing.
A lot of people use random big cubes as their cube stands, so it's interesting seeing a specific tripod designed for it. Like, why not just make a tripod that doesn't require a 7x7?
Well, it's got to include cubes, I think.
Okay.
For him at least.
Or just for the fun of it then?
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you can 3D print.
Ooh,
oh, and
plus
is that a DNF? That might be.
It's at least a +2.
At least, yeah.
We'll see what he does to solve it. Oh, it is a DNF, yep. Off by JPEG.
And on the front of the blue stage, we've got Michelle Brewster solving again. She's out of view, but I definitely need to commentate her solves. Oh, she seems happy
No bias,
with that.
no bias.
The time was 7.78. That's very good for Michelle. She's going to be very happy with that. I think that's PR.
I believe that Timon should be in this group, so I'll try and keep my eye out for him. He'll be on the blue stage.
Someone in chat asks if Australia is real. The answer is no. We are actually just New Zealand backrooms.
Yep, it is an elaborate hoax that the world has led you to believe that Australia is real.
Ari is going to use OPA on 2x2. Explain that, please.
Well, every solve is going to avoid getting parity.
I think it'll be pretty easy, actually.
Yeah?
Might be the easiest version of OPA ever.
I'm not going to deny that.
Over on the green stage, about to solve. He's not much of a 2x2 solver, but with his skills on the big cubes, I'm sure he can pull out something pretty good. And 2.09, it's great.
He looked very calm and composed during that solve, not rushing the moves. There was 0 lockups, very fluid turning, which I think is what he's been trying to work on, just very fluid turning at the moment.
Yeah, I've always heard that he has the most beautiful turning of anyone around.
There are just some people with great turning.
And there are just some people with not so great turning.
Yeah. I know a guy who looks like he's attacking the cube viciously every single solve. And he actually, we told him off for this so much that he went and improved his turning style completely. Completely turned it around. And then started getting national records.
Wow. And just in the middle of the blue stage, we've got Michelle Brewster doing her third solve. Hopefully she can pull out something good. We can see her now.
We are indeed zooming in on her again. We got Rob Yao on the red stage. Inventor of the Yao method for 4x4 and bigger. Fortunately, you can't do the Yao method on 2x2.
Well, you can. It sucks. Because
you skip the entire Yao stage.
Yeah. And then just do it like a 3x3, which is
a reduced 3x3.
A reduced 3x3, exactly. And that's an 18.43 for Michelle. I don't think she's very happy. Yeah, you can see the head shake.
Counting.
Yeah, that is counting for her. We've got is that Nicolas Sanchez on the red stage, about to solve. And Ari Randers on the blue stage, about to use OPA. We can see him tracing. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, there's no parity on this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we're swapping over to
I can no longer see him.
fast Chinese kid.
It doesn't matter, though. We know he's not going to get parity, so it's fine.
Yeah. It looks like he's messed up, actually. He got a 5.56, so maybe he did get parity.
I want a 4.68 for this guy.
I think the cameramen are zooming in on him because there was a very similar looking child in an earlier group.
I can point to
see right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe his brother or maybe just his friend. Who knows? Something that might be interesting to talk about, I don't think we've mentioned it, is the way that the flow of this competition works. So we have a one-way system on the blue and the red stage. You go in to the back, submit your cubes. The scramble table is completely isolated. And then once a runner comes up with you, you come through the little banner in the middle, and out onto your station. And then once you are done with your solve, you continue off in the one-way system so that you are never bumping into people who are coming in to start their solves.
And now, again, on the blue stage, we have Michelle Brewster for her fourth solve. I'm very excited about my mum competing here.
Already ruined the average.
As you might be
so
able to tell. Yeah. Oh, wait, can she pull out?
12.08.
12.08. Oh, she looks all right with that. That's pretty good for her. And we've got Nicholas Sanchez over on the red stage now.
I'm starting to think maybe I should get my mum to compete.
It's a lot of fun. Both of my parents have competed, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So she knew how to solve a Rubik's Cube before I did, many years before. And then relearned it again when I got my first Rubik's Cube and I didn't learn how to solve it. And then years later, I picked up this random toy in the box and learned how to solve it. And then the rest is history.
Wow.
So she can still solve one. Well, I think she relearned it not too long ago. So yeah, maybe I need to drag her down to a local competition.
Well, mine was just incessant nagging because I learned how to solve after a trampolining comp because there was another guy there that could solve, and I was so jealous. So I went home and learned how to solve. And then, yeah, my mum was like so annoyed by the noise of it.
Ha! Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, well, you should learn then. And it took a while. But within the same year that I was competing, she competed in a comp. So we're actually the same WCA ID year.
Same ID, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. And unfortunately,
Ooh,
Michelle's best
DNF.
possible average is not going to be a PR. She's got a PR average of 12.21, and her BPA currently is 12.76.
So there's a competition in my hometown, but it's at the end of this month. So I've only got 2 weeks to convince my mum to compete at it. I don't think I'm going to bother.
Oh, no, you should. Just get her practicing again. We've got Michelle Brewster coming out for her final solve on the blue stage.
Got Jode Jardin, very famous keeper on the yellow stage.
But my mum's there.
But we got this guy, Matteo DeWitt. 1.93, yeah.
1.93.
That's much more important. Can we get the camera back on Jodie, please? Jodie's mum.
Yeah.
Oh, we actually
Unfortunately, the cube cover is blocking it. She's just solved her first layer. Oh, and an all-L skip. This is going to be a good solve. Go, 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 go. Oh, no, that's not the ALG. Okay. All right. It's fine.
Counting
8.68.
Counting
That's still
eight.
good, though. That will give her... For all those wondering at home, that gave her a 13.04 2x2 average. Not a PR, but she's definitely going to be happy with that.
So I haven't seen any Tim on this group. Is he not competing or?
Well, I think he's on the blue stage.
I haven't
they've
seen him at all. I've been looking out for
They've
him.
probably been panning to my mum.
I've been trying to keep my eye on the stage, like the actual stage.
He might not be competing in 2x2 because I believe that he was registered for Pyramix and didn't compete.
Yeah, I mean, former. In fact, is he reigning Pyramix world champion? So the fact that he's
Yeah.
not competing is quite surprising. Joey was just having a quick chat with his mum there, congratulating her on her average. All right, so yeah, after 2x2, we have got one-handed. And in the first groups of one-handed, we will have Ruhang on the green stage and Songhyuk Nam on the blue stage. So hopefully we can get Ruhang to be on the stations that we are filming, because I assume that he's probably pretty good at OH. And his turning in two-handed is so fast. So
My mum's not very happy about a 2x2 average, but that's all right. For anyone wondering.
I think everyone was wondering.
Yeah. Nicholas Sanchez with a 2.3 on the red stage.
What did Timon get? We believe that Timon dropped out of 2x2 because I've been keeping my eye on the blue stage. He was supposed to be in this group, and I haven't seen him at all.
We haven't seen those very nice glasses of his.
I haven't actually seen him around today at all, but that might just be because I've been stuck in the commentary booth.
Maybe he slept in.
But maybe he slept in, yep. He's already the 6x6 world champion, so maybe he just thought, nah, I'm done.
Who needs
for the
this world championship?
Yeah. Wuhan got a 7 with a wiper. I presume that's on OH. Seem to remember that. I seem to remember if he'd have done the OLL slightly differently, then he'd have skipped. Was it that he had Sexy Sledge, and if he had just done back Sexy Sledge, he'd have gotten a skip? Something like that. And it could have been like a 4-second solve or something, which would have been insane for OH.
Wow. Timon lame for dropping out. Oh, yeah, he is. It's more fun to compete.
He does that a fair bit nowadays.
Also, the thing is, you have to pay for every event that you register for.
That is true. So he's wasting money there.
He is, yeah.
Or probably Rubik's is wasting money there.
Probably,
Because
yeah.
I know the Rubik's are
I see
sponsoring
Rubik's
him.
or GAN?
I think Rubik's paid for his flights out here.
Oh, okay. Oh, because he went with Chris, right?
Yes, but I
Yeah.
think that was a coincidence.
Oh, okay.
Chris's cheapest flights happened to go through Poland. Of course, Rubik's sponsoring this wonderful
We are
competition.
now calling up. We are now calling up one-handed, but only for the red and blue stages. I repeat, only for red and blue. Please come up to the backstage and submit your cues for one-handed. If you are in R31 and B51, please come to the backstage for one-handed. We will continue 2x2 for yellow and green. 안내 방송 드립니다. 빨간색과 파란색 테이블에 대해서만 원핸드를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. R31, B11 두 조만 원핸드 백스테이지로 와주셔서 퍼즐을 제출하신 후 재개해 주시기 바랍니다. 노란색과 초록색은 2x2 유지합니다.
Okay, so a reminder, we are starting OH on the blue and the red stages, and we've got Nam Song-hyuk on the blue stage and group B51. And then after that, I'll be disappearing to do my own OH solves, so maybe I should get some practicing. The numbers are not the solving stations, so the numbers, the last digit is basically the wave number. Yeah. So the first digit, 1, 3, 5, 7. Those are for the yellow, red, blue, green stages. And then for 3x3, where we have 12 groups of each stage, we'll have Y2, R4, B6, G8. And then the last digit is the wave number. And then if the first digit is like a 2, then it will be group 11, group 10. That's probably a really poor explanation. Basically, all you need to know is the last digit is the wave number for most events. and the first digit determines the stage. And we've got Jode leaving to do some OH stuff, I believe. And we're now joined with Erik again. Hello.
Howdy. Howdy. What did I miss?
You missed a lot of people solving 2x2s.
That's that's surprising.
Yeah. A lot of pretty fast times. A lot of the sub 2 averages. How many sub 2 averages do we have, in fact?
Wow. There are, as of now, 33 sub 2 averages.
With a few more to be input as well.
Exactly. So when I left, the best average was a 146.
Yep.
Shared by Alexei Tsvetkov and Anthony Patarakis. So there's now 4 that are better. Luke, Yihang Brennan, and Bofang Zhang. All right. Not too shabby.
Someone asked, are we going to see any more world records this comp?
Yes.
Which event, do you reckon?
All of them.
All of them?
No. What is the event which is most likely to see a world record or single or average?
We got 5x5. I know that Max is, I mean, he recently set the world record, so he must be on the top of his game at the moment. So
makes sense.
Maybe that's possible.
One-handed, maybe.
One-handed, we got, again, Patrick recently set the world records, and Max is in good contention to beat it as well.
Exactly. The one-handed single can always be beaten, right?
True.
Average as well.
Yep. I mean, every event can always be beaten, but...
Obviously.
I think OH is probably the best shout. I'm going to say that there will be no more world records this comp. I might be wrong. Clip that if I'm wrong, but...
I'm going to say there will be 1 world record.
1 more.
Yeah.
Cool.
After we already had 5x5 blind, obviously.
And...
Oh, and 6x6.
6x6 average.
Exactly.
Just making sure I didn't get the wrong cube there. Considering there's 4 rounds of 3x3 with almost every top 3x3 solver who exists, I think there's a really good chance to see a 3x3 world record. So,
we are now calling up one-handed for the yellow and green stages. So if you're in group Y11 and green 71, please come to the backstage and submit your puzzles. Again, if you're in groups Y11 and G71, please submit your puzzles for one-handed. 안내 방송 드립니다. 현재 2가 마무리되어서 원핸드를 노란색과 초록색 구역에서도 시작하겠습니다. Y11 또는 G71 조에 포함되신 선수분들은 무대 뒤편으로 오셔서 퍼즐을 제출해 주시기 바랍니다.
I forgot what it was I was just saying. Oh yeah, 3x3. So, yes, there are lots of fast people. Yes, there are 4 rounds. But it takes a lot more than 4 rounds and a lot of fast people to break the world record for 3x3. It's one of the most contested records. It's, I mean, single is almost going to be impossible to beat. I think I would put money on 3x3 single not being beaten in this competition. And then average, I think Yihang is the only one who could possibly break it. And I definitely think he won't do it in the finals. I think there's a good chance he won't be able to do it in the semi-finals just because of the pressure that is put on him. Maybe we could see it in round 1 or 2, but honestly, I think people underestimate just how good the 3x3 world record average is at the moment. Remember, it has a counting 3.
Yeah, that's right. It is really hard to beat. I wouldn't say it's totally impossible for the others like Timon, Ruhang.
Agreed.
Obviously, Max.
For average, agreed.
Yeah.
I just think single is
the
not going to
single
happen at all.
needs either a very incredible... Maybe if like Timon sees 3 pairs in inspection and gets a skip.
No, but Timon sees 3 pairs of inspection all the time. But if you got a skip, yeah.
No, like if he finds a really short solution for that.
All right, 1 move cross, couple of 3 pairs. Last
Sure.
layer skip, that's
Yeah.
all you need. 3x3 is at 2 o'clock Korean time. So that is GMT plus 9. 2 o'clock and GMT plus 9. That's round 1, of course. So
According to the sheet that I have in front of me, it will say that in the first one-handed groups, we have both Nam and Ruhan competing.
yeah, we got Nam that we're just focusing in on the blue stage. And Ruhang will be on the green stage, so we'll hopefully be able to see him if he's put on the right stations.
Or maybe
If
he's
you
in
are
the
on
next one.
staff for
I see him
one-handed
double in
first
his
group,
schedule.
please
we can
come to
check.
the stage and fulfill your assignments. 원핸드 1조 스태프분들은 무대로 오셔서 스태프 역할 수행 부탁드립니다. 특히 스태프 5팀 초록색 구역으로 오셔서 스태프 역할 해주시기 바랍니다.
So that was Nam Song Kyuk with 10.7, I think. So an okay start.
What are you predicting as the cutoff to make it to finals? I mean, we are ahead one round then, so there will be first 80 people advancing to the next round.
And
but
16
then
in finals.
16 in the finals.
So
indeed.
what will the top 16 result be in round 2? I am going to say sub 11.
Yeah, sub 11 seems like a good cutoff to make it into the finals. Maybe even a little bit lower than that. There are many people who will be able to get faster than 11 for sure. But the first round is always the best reference point for making such predictions compared to the psych sheet. The psych sheet only has the best averages of those that are competing, but then the first round really reflects how people are performing currently, their daily form. And we can tell you a little bit more after that. In the meantime, we have gotten an update from the multi-blind room where they're currently doing their second attempt.
So we've already mentioned that Stanley is DNF'd already, but we've also got, is that Mikhail Bogdan has also DNF'd this attempt.
Oh.
Of course, we only really get to hear about the DNFs earlier on. We've got to wait for the entire hour to be up to hear about the top solvers.
That's right.
We've got Ruhang just solving on the green stage now, but he is... is he in camera shot? I think he is just about in camera shot.
He is, but I don't think there's a display that we can see.
No, and we're focusing on Nam Song Hyuk at the moment.
Off he goes. Like most cubers, he's using his left hand for one-handed.
If anyone's using their right hands, you can get that for the bingo.
Nice.
Ooh, 12.28. Probably not happy with that.
Using
I would
that
expect.
Frurov Y-perm. Interesting to see.
No idea what Ruhan got, unfortunately, because there's no display on that timer. 15.07 for Celine Tran. Apparently, Max Park uses his right hand.
No. We see AJ Nichols on the top left using his right hand.
Very true. Very classic UK cuber there.
Probably the one organizing the picture they're going to take for the senior cubers. All cubers over the age of 40 are going to take a picture or invited to come to the, what's it called, the backdrop at the entrance.
And then they also have their own categories for every 10, I believe. So there's over 40s, over 50s, 60s, 70s.
it's a voluntary thing though. Like you don't have to. You don't have to join these rankings. Obviously, the age is restricted. Like it's privileged information. But of course, if you want, you can join. I might do that as well in about 6 years from now.
Gosh. Yeah, if you're an over 40s cuber, just go and you want to be on the rankings, just sign up for it, and then your rankings will automatically get added. But it's a completely opt-in.
Now I'm solving on orange this time. ZBLL or ZBLL, whatever you like.
I'd say ZBLL, even though my country says
For red and blue stages, we're calling up R32 and B52. If you are a competitor in groups R32 or B52, please submit your cube at the backstage. 현재 빨간색, 파란색 구역에 첫 번째 조가 마무리되고 있습니다. 두 번째 조에 소속된 선수들 R32조, B52조에 소속된 선수분들은 무대 뒤쪽으로 오셔서 퍼즐 제출해 주세요.
So we did just see Ruhang there with a 9.52, but more importantly, Tengman on the yellow stage with a 25. I've just been called up to compete, so I'll be passing you over to Reinier, who's going to continue commentating for a bit.
Thank you, OJ. Hi, Erik.
Goedemorgen.
Goedemorgen.
Alles goed?
Yeah?
Let's continue in English, so the rest of the chat can
follow
us
along.
as well. Yeah. Did you just witness that 9:52, I believe, from Ruhang?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah. Yeah, his turning speed is so crazy.
What do you think about the division of cubers using Ru in one-handed and CFOP?
You mean that's like they don't like it from each other?
So there's many cubers that use Ru, but
Yep.
like on the top level, there are way less people using Ru for two-handed. But for one-handed, it does seem to be like a method that is
I think it's
up
just
there.
I think it's just that 3x3 is just way more competitive than one-handed, and that maybe like people who really like one-handed start out early with doing Ru and then never like really fully go on two-handed. Like they don't focus on it.
All right. Have you tried solving a cube one-handed with Ru?
Nope. Nope. Definitely not doing that.
The M moves are kind of a challenge, but once you get the hang of it, I can see how it is fast.
Oh yeah.
Let's say that. Here we have Nam for his, I believe, third or fourth solve. 11:39, solid. Again, this is the first round. There will be 80 people advancing to the next round. I believe for one-handed, one competitor that we would love to see is not here, if I'm correct. Fahmi from Indonesia. It's unfortunate. I'm sure he would have had some high chances if he would be here.
Yeah.
I'm sure the prediction game would have put him quite in a high spot. For everyone who's seen his videos, will know what I mean. It looks crazy when he solves. Consistently busting out sevens. It's
현재
It's really
노란색과
fast.
초록색 구역에 원핸드 1조가 마무리되고 있습니다. 2조에 소속된 선수들은 큐브를 제출해 주시기 바랍니다. Y12조, G72조에 소속되신 선수들은 퍼즐을 제출해 주시기 바랍니다. We are wrapping up the first group for yellow and green stages. And now we are calling up the second group for yellow and green. if you are a competitor in Y12 or green 72, please come to the backstage and submit your puzzles.
Ruhang coming up on green stage.
Seems to be an issue before starting already. Judge put his hand in the air, signaling he needed attention from the team leader.
Might not have been signed for scrambling, or?
Yeah, maybe the scramble isn't signed. Or, yeah. Because they're maybe the judge didn't sign because they're pointing towards the previous station he was solving on.
Meanwhile, Tingman has finished his next attempt, 17.8 something. Nam is going on blue stage. So long F2L solutions.
Using the table a few times, which is obviously
Yeah, I needed too many moves to get a good solve.
Looks to be a decent average somewhat still. You'll definitely make it into the next round.
Maddie with 1076.
Let's go, Maddie. One of the cubers I've been really looking forward to meet. Finally, we've been chatting for a while over social media. He's a really, really nice guy. Very good golfer as well.
Yeah, I heard from Schwan.
And baseball as well. A real all-rounder, not just in cubing. Ooh, on yellow we got Tingman for his next solve. Good question in chat. Why do most one-handed solvers use the left hand? Wouldn't you want to use your dominant hand, Reinier?
They do it because you usually learn Elks with R and U moves, and it's easier to do R moves with your left hand than to do.
But why use your non-dominant hand while you could just mirror?
I don't know.
What you're doing.
I'm left-handed, so for me it's still my dominant hand. You explained that to me.
So basically you're the odd one out.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So why do you use your left hand?
Oh, that's a good question in this case, because I also started with my dominant hand. I started competing with my right hand. I think my best official average with my right hand is 22. But my technique was so bad because of the cubes we had to use back in the days that I'd rather learn how to do it properly. Well, it's still not very good. But then it was easier to do it with your left hand than relearn it with your right hand.
Yeah.
If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's easier to learn a technique new sometimes than tweak it. Maddie on his next solve, moving very fast, 10:55.
Lots of table use.
Table use, table abuse, it was called it back in the days as well. On the top right, we have Andre Che on the blue stage. He's one of the top solvers as well for one-handed, 10:47. I've also seen our countryman Twan Dullemond. He is one of the most noteworthy right-handed cubers, I think, like right-hand users for one-handed.
Yeah.
Very interesting. And Ruhang with 12:75.
This looks like Kevin Hayes is also competing in one-handed. Yellow.
Yeah, Kevin Hayes, usually known for his prowess at the big cubes, but now giving it a go with one hand. So if you just joined in, this is the Rubik's WCA World Championships 2023. It's the third day. Next to me is Reinier Schippers. My name is Erik Akkersdijk. This is the first round of 3x3 one-handed, where they're solving the Rubik's Cube with one hand only. Obviously, you could switch around your hands during the attempts, like between the attempts, like you do your first solve maybe left-handed,
Yep.
second solve right-handed, if you want. I don't know anyone who's done that. Luke Garrett, meanwhile, on red stage with a 969, a nice solve. Maddie getting ready for his next one. Using the prominent earplugs. Another right-handed solver. Fast turning, using a lot of table. Reserved reaction.
The U prime push with his hand looked kind of strange in a way, but I guess it works out for him. But
Yeah, pushing the U primes in this case with your index finger.
Yep.
You usually use it, your index finger, like on the corner at the front of the cube to push it.
Yep.
But it both works. You could even do a U2 that way. On blue stage, our own Oliver Wheat, co-commentator. You'll see and hear him in a while again. Let's see his prowess at one-handed. He's on his last pair. Time for the OLL. Ah, the classic F double sexy. And a J perm. There he goes. I think one of the most well-known cubers who is good with both of his hands is Anthony Brooks.
Yep.
I believe he's about 16 average with either hand.
Yep.
So that's kind of impressive. But I haven't heard from any others.
Most just people just pick a side and then never change.
Luke Garrett, good start, 929.
Keeps the streaks of 9 going.
Yeah, he must be on top at the moment, average-wise. Seen many sub-10s already. At least if he continues this.
On the red and blue stage, we are finishing up the second group of one-handed. If you are in the third group of red and blue stages, please come up to the stage and submit your puzzle. Again, if you're in R33 or B53, come up to the red and blue stages and submit your puzzles. 빨간색과 파란색 구역의 두 번째 그룹이 마무리되고 있습니다. 세 번째 조에 속해 있는 선수들 R33조, B53조에 속해 있는 선수분들은 빨간색과 파란색 구역으로 가셔서 퍼즐을 제출해 주시기 바랍니다.
Now on the blue stage, Dullemond, one of the right-handed solvers. He's probably one of the fastest right-handed solvers currently.
Yeah, could be.
And on red stage, Luke Garrett. Let's see if he can continue his sub-10 streak. 12 for Tuan. Not too bad. Would surely be enough for the next round. On green stage, you can also see Kim Roger from Norway.
Looks like Luke's not into it.
Wow, no. I assume he made a mistake at the start. Now let's see if we can see Maddie's solve. We unfortunately missed the previous one. Lots of table again.
Did you watch the stream when my mum was on it? No. She was solving 202 and I got the team to go to every solve. Oh, that's okay. But she just sent me a message to someone
On stages yellow and green, we are finishing up the second group. So now we're calling up the third group for the yellow and green stages. If you're in group Y13
Let's see if Luke Garris
or
can get another
green
9.
73, please come up to the stages. 현재 노란색과 초록색 구역에 2조를 마무리하고 있습니다. 두 번째 조를 마무리하고 있으니 세 번째 조 Y13, G73에 소속되어 있는 선수들은 무대 뒤쪽으로 오셔서 큐브를 제출해 주시기 바랍니다.
Yeah, Luke, another 9. His best 9 so far. Let's hope he doesn't make that 16 counting.
I think he's done.
So about the camera setup, we have a professional team from Korea operating the cameras. We're doing the best as we can to direct them towards the fastest people, obviously. It's a hard task. There's a language barrier. We usually get most of the fast people, but we can still obviously improve. Maybe we should learn even more Korean.
Yeah.
Why not? Give it a challenge. The red and blue stages have camera operators, so we can switch those around or ask them to be switched around. The yellow and green stages are fixed, so we can only hope that we have the fastest people there. We certainly instructed the team leaders to do as much as possible, but obviously if there are no other stations available, then it can happen that we miss out on some of them. But even if someone does really well and we don't see him on camera, they will probably advance to the next round. There will be 80 people in the next one, and we'll have another chance of capturing them. It's Van Dullemond walking by, thumbs down. Not happy with his results. So in the upcoming group, we should have Antonio Kaun, Jean-Patrick Villanueva, and Felix Zemdex, the GOAT himself.
Ooh, 8.2. Seems very happy with it.
Ooh.
And Andre
778.
778.
Not bad. Andre with a nice solve.
Seems-
Fastest solve so far.
Seems like the last scramble is a good one.
Ooh. Let's see what Luke can get on that one then.
I think Luke is done already.
Did he already do the last one?
I think he took his cube. Yeah.
Did you see the time?
9:02.
No, that was his fourth, right?
Yeah, but I thought I saw him taking his cube. But
Luke solves cubes. Yeah, I'm done. So switching around, there's a lot of fast people in the very last wave of one-handed as well. So we are currently switching the groups where, and we can expect to see Antonio Kam, Jean-Patrick Villanueva, and Felix Zemdex. There will be two more groups with Juliette and Mr. Archer, both also avid one-handed solvers. Then another group, and the group after that, we can see Max Park, Leo Borromeo, and Patrick Pons. So stay tuned. The last group will have some fireworks, I guess.
Yep.
But maybe we will already be treated with some fireworks. The upcoming group. On the blue stage, a competitor wearing a mask still.
Quick announcement.
I
We
like
are
that.
getting some
Sometimes when people don't feel very
reports on
well,
lost
they will wear
wallets,
masks
lost
on their own
cell
accord,
phones, lost credit
protecting
cards,
those around them.
lost
Very
puzzles. If you find any of these, please bring them to the information desk. There is a semi-formal lost and found. So if you find any valuable things, then please bring them to the information
Alexander
desk.
Vivic
Thanks.
also uses right hand.
True, yeah.
현재 대회장에서 분실물에 대한 문의가 많이 들어오고 있습니다. 잃어버린 지갑, 신용카드, 핸드폰, 각종 퍼즐 발견하시면 그 인포메이션 저희 기념품 판매하는 대로 가져와 주시면 저희가 비공식적인 분실물 센터를 운영하고 있으니 가지고 와 주시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Did you hear the last word the Korean MC said?
Nope.
감사합니다.
What does it mean?
Thank you. There you go. A little Korean lesson for you right there. Solely free.
It's like Duolingo.
I checked it out once at Duolingo, but it was a bit complicated. Not worth it. On the red stage, Cube Head. Popular cuber from Belgium.
On green stage we have Felix.
Yes. Correctly guided towards one of the spots where you can see him on camera. Yeah, Felix using a stickered cube. You don't see that very often. People with stickered 3x3s nowadays. Still remember the days when the non-stickered cubes were banned?
Oh yeah.
Oh, those discussions, man.
The reasoning for it was that if you did like a half a turn, you could see the back side of the cube.
Yeah. So the edges and the corners, they're always built up of colored plastic, meaning that you can see from the side which color it is. But luckily, after some discussion, they decided the advantage was negligible, and they were allowed. And this saved us all a lot of money changing the stickers all the time.
Oh yeah.
I remember ordering stickers from CubeSmith
Mm.
and then waiting weeks for them to arrive.
Or I have like delegates saying you can't use this cube because your stickers are too bad.
Oh, yeah.
You're missing too much.
Yeah. Exactly. Nowadays, the delegates only have to check for the logos if they are correct.
Yeah, if the plastic isn't cracked.
Exactly. And then back in the days, it was always a discussion about the wear and tear of your stickers. I remember cubes where like half a sticker were still on it, and then having discussions like, "Oh no, you have to re-sticker your cube." Yeah,
Wasn't
but I
there-
don't have any stickers.
Wasn't
How?
there like a rule that you needed at least like 70% of your sticker left?
I don't know about that, but I can imagine there would be.
It was fun though that like everybody had a different kind of shade.
Yeah, exactly. You remember the half bright stickers and
Yep.
full bright stickers. One of the cubers that currently still use stickered cubes is Jan Bentlage,
Mm.
one of the top cubers for FMC.
현재
he needs this for his color
파란색과
blindness.
빨간색 구역에 3조가 진행되고 있습니다.
Is it more difficult for him to
3조가
recognize it
마무리되고 있으니
if it's full?
4조에 소속돼 있는
Yeah, I believe that's the
선수들
reason.
R34, B54조에 소속돼 있는 선수들은 빨간색과 파란색 구역으로 이동해 주시기 바랍니다. On the red and blue stage, we are finishing up the third group of one-handed, and we are now
Felix messing up
calling
his ZBOL.
the fourth group of one-handed. If you're in group R34 or B54, please come up to the red and
World
blue
champion
stages.
Philip Wire on yellow stage.
And meanwhile, on the green stage in the background, Zeke Mackey with a 10.06.
일시 중지를 시킬 수 있어. 아, 돼? 그건 내가 전화해서 하면 되는데 그
There's Felix again on the green stage on the back timer, on the back row. I'm gonna switch off. I'll give you in the good hands of Michael Tripodi.
Felix not happy with that
Hey,
solve.
y'all.
Hi.
What's happening, Reinier? What's been happening on this stage while I've been away?
Not that much, but some nice solves. 7 and 8. It's a lot of 9s.
Yep.
Yeah, so the people you expect that get good times, they got good times.
Yeah. One of my friends, Ben Wakelin, who was competing today, said that a kid next to him got a 7.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, I've well aware that there are some good times going around, and
Yep.
bound to be some more very shortly with the people we have coming up in these next couple of groups. Who's competing in this group? Do we have any familiar faces to follow?
Felix.
Oh, Felix is in.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Sean Patrick from, I think, the Philippines, right? If I say it correctly.
Yes, Sean Patrick Villanueva, Philippines.
And Antonio. He's in yellow.
Ooh. Mr. Cam.
Jode on yellow as well.
Jody's had some pretty good OH singles, actually. He got an 8 at Oceanic Championships.
Oh, wow.
Which
Okay, next.
was a big
next,
PR for him. And
14
obviously quite lucky,
and 74 competitor. Please
even still,
come
taking
to the-
advantage
come
of
up
it
to
is
the stage
something that
right
he's
now.
quite good at. It's come to see.
14, 74.
Oh.
Fourth groups. Please come
Very
on.
good solve for him at 10.16.
다음은 14조, 74조입니다. 14조, 74조 선수들은 큐브를 제출해 주십시오.
On the blues that we have Knut is from, I think it's Norway. Or might be Sweden, but he's quite good at one-handed as well. Was in Euros finals as well.
Seeing as well on green stage, that is Zeke Mackay with a 14.76, rocking the sunglasses available at the WCA booth here in the venue.
Yep.
Quite a hot commodity. There are a couple of pairs floating around, as well as some modified pairs. We've had some sort of mix and match yellow and greens from the Australian squad.
Oh, yeah.
That's but Jody has a pair, but I don't think he's rocking them this round. Perhaps in a future round.
Yeah, 855 seems pretty good.
Well, Knut's got a 8.5. Someone in chat saying he knows full ZB.
Wow.
Announcement from the WCA booth. There is a meet and greet at 11:30 from 12 o'clock. From 11:30 to 12 o'clock. Megaminx and FMC. Please come to the WCA booth at 11:30 to meet the following competitors. Leandro, Tristan, okay, with last names. Leandro Martin Lopez, Tristan Chua Yong, Nicholas Naing, Alexander Vujicic, Ziyu Wu,
Vujic.
Isaac Lai, Guido Di Pietro, Takumi Tamura, Marc Boyanovsky, Kyungmin Choi, 최경민, Nicholas Gertner Killian, Cyprian Karbarczyk.
All right, so that was just the announcement for one of the meet and greets, one of the many meet and greets that we have running throughout this competition for Megaminx and FMC. A little bit of a weird combination, Megaminx and FMC.
Oh, yeah.
Had a couple of those odd combinations. We've had clock and 3 blind, which I assume is mostly just because of Tommy Cherry.
Oh, yeah. Easy fit into his schedule.
Yeah. Well, it saves him having to go to 2, considering he is world record holder in both. We seen anything strange in one-handed? Anybody solving with their right hands, different methods?
Some right-handed solving, yeah. Saw some people that try to do a last move and took them so long it would probably have been better to +2.
Personally have a bad habit of doing that.
Yeah, not too much. I mean, first round, right? It's, usually doesn't happen that much.
We have an 8.84 on green stage. Someone's just finished next to Max Shaw. Who's that? I feel bad. I don't know their name.
Max is at 10.96.
That's Nicholas Archer. Okay. Good to put a face to the name. Nicholas Archer, United Kingdom national record holder, if I remember correctly. We're also looking at Jode Brewster on yellow stage. He's had a couple of good singles. He's just finished his solve. He had a 12. He had a 10 in this average as well, so that 12 is counting. And I get the feeling that that's quite good for him.
Oh yeah. He's more a single one-handed guy, I think, right?
Yeah, he has a habit of flicking a couple of fast singles.
Yeah.
Not to take away from his skill. He is a very, very talented solver. All right, chat. Who are your top picks for one-handed? Who have we seen so far? So, is this just the first couple of groups, or are we on? Okay, so we've had a couple of groups come through with some fast people. What have we seen so far? So on WCA Live, one-handed. I don't know if anything's entered yet. But who are your picks for one-handed? Who's going to take it all? What's your top three? What time do you think we'll get into finals? Drop your thoughts. So at the moment, leading the first round is Luke Garrett with a 10.08 average. Don't believe we've seen any solving from Max Park or any of those guys. There's still room for that first place to change. Seeing a lot of love for Max and Patrick up the top. Looks like they're your red-hot favourites. Patrick, obviously being the world record holder, very consistent solver.
Yep.
And then Max Park is always a wild card. You never know what he's going to do. He could just pull out an 8-second average like it's nothing. Prediction for full Rue podium. Seen many Rue solvers on the stream? Or?
No, not have that many Rue solvers, I think.
Here's an anomaly. Liam Heidecek in the Team Australia jacket. Rocking the polo, a right-handed OH solver. Has done a lot of work in experimental methods like APB and also inventing his own OLL parity avoidance method called HOPE, Heidecek OLL parity evasion.
Sounds a bit like my method, like hope you don't get a parity.
Yeah. I've heard it has a 50% success rate. That one,
yeah.
I think Liam's is a little bit more successful than that.
I've actually been tracking like my OL parity in competition for the years from like 2011 until 2015. I had like 70 rounds of 4x4 and an average of like 59% of OL parity.
I wonder what the odds of that are across so many rounds.
Yeah.
You might just be a bit unlucky.
I got very unlucky. Or maybe I caused it with my skills.
Sounds like copium to me.
Oh yeah.
I'm slow because I get parity.
다음은 333 한 손, R35, B55 선수들은 앞으로 오셔서 큐브를 제출해 주시면 되겠습니다. R35, B55, please come to the stage and submit your cube.
Another right-handed OH solver on red stage.
Robin Verstraeten from the Netherlands.
자, 다시 한번 말씀드립니다. 333 한 손, R35, B55 선수들은 앞으로 오셔서 큐브를 제출해 주시면 되겠습니다. R35, B55, please come to the stage and submit your cube.
Just calling up the next group now. While we're waiting for that next group to call up, let's do a quick recap of yesterday's finals. So after the opening ceremony, which was caught on stream, we had the finals for 6x6, Clock, Megaminx, and 7x7. There were some very, very interesting results across those finals. Starting off with 6x6, we had Max Park not even making the podium.
Yeah.
That was a really, really big development. Just didn't start off well with his first two solves at all. A 126 and a 131, very uncharacteristic for him. And he finished in sixth. Timon Koloshinsky taking the W with a 115.38 mean. Followed up by Kieran Behan of Ireland and the hometown hero Songkyuk Nam for third. Also notable, Felix Zemdegs just finishing out of the podium spots about half a second behind Songkyuk Nam. Sure, he should be very proud of himself, but he wasn't too happy with the last solve on that one. It was probably about 3 seconds away from the rest of his solves.
Yeah, I heard Max handed in his backup cube for 6x6, and it kind of put him off. Not like that it was a bad cube, but then in his mind it put him off.
Yeah, it's a lot of mind games, isn't it? You practice for so long, and the conditions are always perfect. You know, using the same cubes, you're always at home in your room, whatnot. But then in competition it's different, and then even if you're handing in a different cube to what you're used to, it's almost competing in a different event altogether. It's just so foreign.
Yep.
So if that is the case, I feel really bad for him. But nonetheless, he came back for 7x7 and in classic Max fashion, absolutely swept the field, wiped the floor with everybody. We saw a couple of NRs for Vietnam from Do Quang Hung, a double NRs there. And then also first Shin for Shada with a 2:11 mean, another national record. But your top three, Lim Hung of Malaysia in third, second, Timon Koloshinsky, following up the 6x6 win. And then first place, Max Park by round about 10 seconds. Other finals, we had Clock, where we had a very surprise first seed coming into the final round, with Zaid Chowdhury having a 4.28, and there was a very big Australian contingent supporting him. If you heard it on the stream, you could vouch for it. The room was pretty electric when he walked up.
Mm-hmm.
But your top three for that one, Luke Garrett with a 4.66. Conan Moe of Australia, the other Australian to make it into the final, also with a 4.66, but with a better average. And then about a second quicker, as expected, you would say, Tommy Cherry of the United States, proving that Seven Simul has a place on the world stage. Started off with a 2.97 single, the fastest of the finals, and held it together for the rest of the average to finish with 3.75. A very, very good average, especially for a Worlds final.
Yep.
Then the other final that we haven't touched on is Megaminx. So Megaminx, there were a lot of national records and continent records in this one. Starting from the bottom, Hil Pong Yong Feng of Malaysia. He had a national record average in the first round, around about 37 seconds. But this one, he had a national record single of 31.69. Very, very speedy solving. Also, Zhi Wu of China, a national record single of 28.51. He started off really, really well with two sub-30 solves. But unfortunately, 32, 32, and then DNF followed that. So he finished in sixth with a 31.49. We also had Kyungmin Choi from the Republic of Korea, a 31.37 national record. He was very, very emotional upon clutching that national record with a 29-second fastest solve of the average. Obviously, must feel really, really good to do well in front of your home crowd and really bring it home when it matters most. He finished in fifth. Fourth place, Nicholas Nang, possibly a bit unlucky to miss out on the podium, a 29.87. So even sub-30 doesn't get you a podium in the World Championships in this time around. It was so competitive. So competitive. Has to be said, it was one of the most competitive Megaminx fields we'd seen.
Yep.
coming in third, a very, very good story. Alexander Vucic of New Zealand, double oceanic records, a 26 flat single and a 29.68 oceanic record average. Absolutely unreal. He's been hovering around the sub 30 mark at home for a very long time. It's very, very good that he was able to get something good in competition, at least sub 30, and also as a bonus, hop onto the podium.
And he got a +2. So, like he told me, like I kind of +2 out of first place.
Yeah. You always say +2 out of first place, but you never really know. His second solve was
안내
a
말씀드립니다.
29 +2, so he finished with a 31.88.
Yep.
윤지석 선수.
But yeah,
무대
obviously,
앞쪽으로 좀 와주시겠습니까?
it might have taken a bit of pressure off him
윤지석
because,
선수.
if you're counting two really good solves, the pressure's really on you to keep it going. But yeah, nonetheless, after that 31, which was a 29 +2, the 26 single lit up the room. That was incredible. He had a massive reaction to it. Unfortunately, wasn't captured on the live stream, but I saw it with my own two eyes, and it was beautiful.
Yep.
In second place, only 0.01 seconds faster than Alexandra, was Leandro Martin Lopez. A little bit of an upset. The world record holder coming in and also winning the first round by a margin of about 3 seconds. So to come away with second place might come as a shock to some people, but Tristan Chuiyong of Singapore taking the win in 29.25 seconds for his average.
I think for Leandro, it's kind of the first solve, the 34, really put him off. He was like, how was I so slow in this first solve?
Yeah, it's not getting yourself off to a great start, and it's only an uphill battle from there.
Because I can't count this. If I count this, I'm done.
Yeah. Or even getting a bad solve.
Yeah.
Like quicker than 34, but still a bad solve would still count for him. So
yeah, and he got one, so he got a 31 in the last solve, and that messed him up. And he got a 25 with a +2.
Yeah. So that 27 on his second solve was a 25 +2.
So yeah, he had some unfortunate stuff in his first two solves, and then I guess you're mentally out of it.
Yeah. Once you have kind of errors back to back, a 34-second solve and then a +2 on your very next solve, it can be hard to regain composure.
Yep.
Because every single solve after that counts. I'm sure he'll still be happy with not counting a 27, but getting a 27 early on in the final round. It's still putting himself in a good place, but 25 +2 just kind of adds to that. Oh, I'm stuffing up. It's not going how I want. Still counting some solid times though. So those were your finals for today, or for yesterday rather. Today we're just starting off, we're doing OH at the moment, and then after that we'll have a quick lunch break, and then starting with 3 blind, first few rounds of 3x3, first round, first couple of groups, and then we'll have 5x5 and Scube second rounds after that. Seeing on the yellow stage, Aussie delegate Patrick Cleveland. He's been on a trip around Europe with Conan Mo and Liam Wadek for the past little couple of months.
Nice.
And finishing off at the World Championships. And he is one of our Rue competitors. So you'll see him table abusing very, very briefly. I'm not sure if he doesn't quite practice one-handed, but obviously using Rue is you get style points for that.
Yep.
So he'll be happy enough, I suppose. To answer Thorst in chat, no, the room PA does not hear us, although I believe that we can hear the announcements on the stream.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, looks like this group might just be finishing up really quickly. Oh, we've got a stand-up solver on blue stage, one of the Polish competitors.
네, 다음은 Y15, G75조 앞으로 오셔서 큐브를 제출해
I think
주시기
he'll be getting an
바랍니다.
extra for that.
Y15,
Looks like that's what he's going for.
G75, please come to the stage and summon your cube.
We've had a stat message in the chat from, forgive me, I'm just going to call him 3Cube. I Cube. Max Park, his previous solves that were over 1 minute 30 in 6x6 were from 2019. So that just goes to show how much, I guess,
How much he was off, yeah.
how much he was off from his best.
It was like 20% off compared to, it's crazy. It's so much.
Sometimes weird things can happen. And look, obviously, it happens to everybody, but some people you just, it's a little bit of a shock when it happens because we see Max Park as just this indestructible, like unstoppable force.
Yep.
We are looking for
And then
the
he's
step,
human, he's
step
fallible,
team
just like the
for
rest of us.
Blue stage and green stage.
It was so funny
Step
though,
for
at 7x7.
green stage
How
and
happy he
blue
was
stage. Please come up
when he
to
ran
the
away.
stage right now.
Definitely no shortage of E1s in that round, but yeah. It was fun to be in the crowd for that one, just to kind of watch it all unfold. Good to see him bounce back after a very, very disappointing 6x6 round.
Some cubing memes, I guess, will come from this.
We'll see in time. They're already starting.
Yeah.
Definitely, it's a meme-worthy moment. The community, they'll find some things to make of it.
Yeah.
Max did indeed bounce back.
Yeah.
Hi, Tyler. Thank you for cheering me on for blind. A little bit late. So I don't know if they announced it on stream yet, but multi-blind attempt 2 has finished. And your world champion, Krzysztof Boba from Poland. So his first attempt for multi-blind, Krzysztof Boba, 49 out of 52, giving him 46 points. And that turned out to be an unassailable lead. Nobody in the next few attempts could eclipse that. The only change we had on the podium was Adrian Jebski slipping to 4th, making way for Shivam Bansal, who scored 40 points on his second attempt. There's a lot of talk over the multi-blind conditions. I can say, personally, I didn't find it too horrible, but everybody's competing under the same conditions. There was a lot of talk from the top multi-blinders that they weren't optimal. But, of course, not everything can go to plan in a major championship. Some things just don't happen according to plan. And unfortunately, multi-blind was one of those things.
But was it that bad?
Personally, I didn't have too terrible of a time with it. I did a safety on the first attempt.
Yeah.
But that was due to external things. That was just I got to my hotel room early in the morning and I didn't feel like doing a big multi-blind.
Yep.
So I just kind of went safe. And so the conditions around me weren't affecting me too much.
Okay.
Whereas I can hear from the people in the back of the room that there was people with cameras around. Spectators were kind of just wandering around the room.
Yep.
But that was mitigated in attempt 2. Conditions were far more favourable.
One of the main organizers on Blue Stage.
We do have to give thanks to the organisers for putting on this World Championships and hosting so many people.
Some Korean army personnel also solving cubes on red stage.
Now, forgive me if I'm misunderstanding, but I believe that in
네,
Korea,
다음은
there's a certain age
R36조,
range where it's compulsory to
앞으로
put yourself,
오셔서
submit yourself
큐브를
to the army
제출해
for
주시면
a few years.
되겠습니다.
Songkyuk-nam actually
다시 한번
was in the Korean
말씀드립니다.
army for a little bit.
R36
I believe it's a
B36
compulsory thing.
큐브를
You
제출해
have to serve
주시기
in some
바랍니다.
capacity. And so that might be,
R36
he's still got the uniform and is
B56
proud of
please come to the stage and
supporting
submit
his
your
country.
cube.
So we're just seeing more scorecards entered on WCA Live. We've had a bit of a shift up the top. So in 4th place currently, we have Doyul Kim from the Republic of Korea with double South Korean national records.
Nice.
An 8.27 single and 10.39 average. So he's comfortably slotted himself into 4th place at the moment. 3rd was Luke Garrett, who we touched on before, with a 10.08 average. At that time, he was in 1st. No one had got a sub-10 average yet. And now, since then, we've had 2. So in 2nd for the time being, Dwayne Ramos of New Zealand, Oceanic record holder, a 9.75 average, counting 2 9s and a 10-second solve. And then up the top, Ru on top. So we've got 2 Ru solvers at the top. Number 1, Sean Patrick Villanueva from the Philippines, a 9.69 average, with a best solve of only 9.22. So a very consistently good average.
Yeah. Seems like Ru really is the best method for one-handed.
I think that's the general consensus at the moment. We've even had some, CFOP solvers switching to Ru specifically for one-handed. Stanley Chappell comes to mind.
Yep.
Dwayne Ramos comes to mind as well. No, Dwayne Ramos. Jasper Murray. I'm confusing my New Zealanders. Jasper Murray comes to mind, although he has also now switched to Ru for 3x3. There was a point in time where he was CFOP for 3x3 and Ru for one-handed, but now he is solely a Ru solver. But it seems like the way to go.
Yeah.
Is that you can do CFOP for two-handed, but for one-handed, it's almost universally accepted that Ru is the way to go.
Yeah. I guess like the top competitors like Max and Patrick, they use just normal Friedrich, right?
Yeah, just CFOP.
Yep.
I don't think either of them will be switching to Ru anytime soon.
No.
David Edwards in chat. How's it going? How's life back in Victoria? Probably a bit less humid and slightly more comfortable. I spy a Tim Reynolds on yellow stage. Back right.
다음은 Y15, Y16, G76 선수들 앞으로 오셔서 큐브를 제출해 주시면 되겠습니다. Y16, G76, please come to the stage and submit your cube.
Okay, so just getting started on the last group of 3x3 one-handed now. We'll be seeing some good times here. So we have Max Park on the yellow stage, Patrick Ponce on the green stage, and I'm not sure if anyone's seen Leo Borromeo. Is he around?
I think he should be. His flight was cancelled. I know that, but I haven't seen him in the past 2 days, but probably is here.
I know he hasn't been around for earlier events like 4x4 yesterday, but I'm not sure if we've seen... not sure if we've seen him today. If Leo is here, he will be joining Max Park on the yellow stage. So those two to keep an eye out for on yellow, and then also Patrick Ponce on green. Oh no, Arasandra Sue. This is a classic Ari moment. Yellow stage. It's got a blood nose.
Poor dude.
Poor dude. When I stayed at a hostel with him for Australian Nationals last year in Perth, and it was springtime in Perth and gets quite warm.
Yep.
And I swear he would have 4 or 5 a day.
Oh wow.
Just in the hostel. Also had one in his first round of his main event, Mega Minx. Had one there, and that made the video. One of his own videos. Ari is sleeping on YouTube. On red stage, we've got Callum Goodyear. I didn't know he was a right-hand OH solver.
No, and apparently he's also a Viking.
Apparently, I think that's plain to see.
Yeah.
A 24 for him.
Some +2 checking on yellow stage.
Yeah, it looks to be close. Got Laura looking very intently at it. Making a clear verdict.
Ron van Brughem doing some runner duties on blue stage.
분실된 휴대폰을 가지고 있습니다. 갤럭시 노트 10 플러스 아우라 글로우 컬러입니다. 갤럭시 노트 10 플러스 휴대폰을 갖고 있으니 잃어버리신 분은 앞쪽 접수 데스크로 가주시면 되겠습니다.
We have some solvers going now on red stage. That's George Scully of the United Kingdom. And then also on green stage, about to start inspection, Carter Kakala, Scube world record average holder. Carter's quite good at a multitude of events, so we'll see if he can lay down some good times in one-handed. He's another one of our Roo competitors.
Yeah, I want to eat. Yeah, I want to eat. I'm going to hand it over to Chris Mills.
Thank you, Reinier. And hello, Michael Tripodi.
Good afternoon. It is afternoon as of right now.
Yes, it is. And we are almost done with the mornings of rounds. We're just a little bit delayed, about 15 minutes behind schedule. But we're going to be starting one-handed final group of round one. Max Park is competing on the yellow stage, and Patrick Ponce is competing on the green stage. A very exciting wave of groups.
You picked a convenient time to start commentating now that we've got all the fireworks ready to blow.
Yeah, I guess I did. Also on the yellow stage is Leo Borromeo, who just made it in to Incheon about 3 a.m. last night.
Max and Leo side by side. Just looks like Max is on his last layer now. Solid sub 10.
Very solid. He was happy with that. Leo inspecting his first solve now.
Looks for mine like he might have just got off to a bit of a slow start there, but we'll see what he finishes up with. OLL at around about 9. It's a bit lucky on the PLL at 12.29.
And a shake of the head.
Yeah, he won't be too happy with that one.
Anthony Patarakis on the red stage with just an okay. I think from here, it looks like just less than 45 degrees.
Looks like all good. Oh, no, still checking.
Oh, are we going to get a thumbs up? Yeah, I think that was good.
We've got Lachlan Cook on green stage. I'm not sure what he's going there. His timer says 3:11, and he is solving a cube.
Interesting.
Did not finish.
At the back on the yellow stage, we've got Arianas Pearson, a 4x4 solver, but is competing in one-handed as well.
Ari with a 29.
Slower than his 4x4 solves.
Just about to say that. Stole my line.
Tommy Cherry on the yellow stage, the clock world champion, solving the 3x3 of one hand this time. On to last layer, OLL, PLL, looking like it'll be around 15, 14.6.
He's one of our rare right-handed OH solvers.
And just behind him, we've got Max Park on his second solve.
Max getting into his rhythm now. F12ing.
Lots of moves, but still a 9.
It's a sub 10.
Hopefully Chris Martin will move their head so we can see the time. I think it's a 9.8 or a 9.9.
9.8 something.
Anthony Patarakis solving on the red stage, getting a nice close-up shot. Can see his right hand doing all sorts of weird movements.
On the stage, we are wrapping up.
And on
the
green
last
stage, we're
group
just
of
seeing our
one-handed.
first one of Patrick Ponce's solves. Not that sure
Sorry
how
for
many
the
solves in
slight
he
delay.
is.
It
But
is
this is the first one we're
now
seeing from him.
lunchtime,
We've been
so
trying to get him on
please go,
stream,
have
but we
lunch,
don't have
and
such
we
a
will
good
start
view of the green stage.
afternoon session at 1 o'clock as scheduled. 현재 무대에서는 원핸드 마지막 조를
Oh,
진행하고
Patrick not very
있습니다.
happy.
현재 살짝 지연이 있는데
Does he know the
양해
ZBLL?
부탁드립니다.
That looked like he
현재
knew the ZBLL.
점심 시간이므로
16.
식사를 하고 오셔서
That's my time.
오후는
Except it's
1시부터
not.
다시
Because
시작하도록
he's still faster
하겠습니다.
than me even when he stuffs up.
감사합니다.
Have you competed in one-handed, Chris?
I
I'm
did.
assuming you have. How'd you
Yeah,
go?
I think my average was around mid to high 12. I actually lost my streak of sub 12 averages in competition. I had 7 in a row, but I still solved all right. I got a 10 on one of the solves, and I made it to the next round, I assume, unless something crazy happened. So then hopefully I can perform well in the second round. Max Park and Leo Borromeo sitting next to each other once again.
Battle of the Titans. They've started inspection roughly around the same time. Could we see a duel, a face-off?
Surely.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is what we like to see.
Head-to-head, it's like a horse race.
Max Park seems to be in the lead. On to PLL at 6 and a
Oh my goodness.
7.5. And Leo having a look over at the time and a 13.1.
Max very happy with that solve, as you would be. 7.5 is pretty good.
Yeah,
It's
so
getting
he's
up
got
there.
A 9.6, a 9.8, and a 7.5 so far.
So we haven't seen a single solve from Max over 10 seconds in this round from the 3 we've seen. So starting off very, very strongly.
Anthony Patarakis on the red stage, also doing okay. Had that close +2 and then that 11 there, which he had kind of hesitated towards the end, but still on 11, which is probably around what he's looking for at this competition.
Please do not stand on the chairs. Please come down from the chairs. It is very dangerous and you are violating the safety precautions. Please do not stand on the chairs. They are not that strong.
Who's been standing on the chairs?
Not me. Actually, I think I did yesterday to be taller than Jode. Michael, you daredevil. Get down.
You can't make me. I'm so much taller than you now.
Are you taller than me? Like in normal? Let's have a look. I think you are. Just a
I
little
think
bit.
I might have you. My eye line's higher than yours, but I've got a pretty small head, so maybe if you grew your hair out a bit and just like spiked it up.
Max Park is about to solve, and we're measuring height right now.
Where are our priorities, Chris?
I don't know. They've gone out the window. But here we go. Max Park onto his fourth solve. 2 9s and a 7. Looking really fast onto PLL and a 9.1. Locking in a sub 9.5 average with only 4 solves finished.
He's counting a 9.1, so this is a pretty good average for him. And Leo next to him getting a 12.65.
Laughing away.
Laughing it away. He's had a couple of not so great solves this round, but he was still, you get the sense, he'll still be comfortably through the next round.
Max does not have a chance of getting world record, but his best possible average is 8.75 according to chat. So thank you, chat, for keeping on top of that. I think that was Luke Greiser who told me that. So shout out to Luke Greiser.
Thank you, Mr. Grease. If he manages to count a 7.5, then well,
yeah,
that's pretty all right.
That's pretty all right. Graham Siggins competing on the back right of the green stage. Had a bit of a rough time during multi-blind, not making the cutoff.
There has been a request to make this announcement. If you are a Rue solver, they are doing a group photo right now in front of the photo wall outside the venue or outside the Hall 4. So if you are a Rue solver and if you want to be in the group photo of the Rue solvers, please exit Hall 4, take a right. There should be a group of people in front of the photo wall. Thank you.
I heard they're having a photo of clinically insane people out the front of the main hall.
Yeah, I guess.
현재 루 힙합 사용자들 단체 사진을 찍는다고 합니다. 지금 당장 현재 찍길 루 힙합 사진들 그 단체 사진에 포함되고 싶으신 분들은 4홀을 나가셔서 오른쪽으로 가시면 포토월 앞에 모여 있다고 합니다.
Max Park warming up for his last solve. Already secured an average that will likely be the fastest in the first round. But if he gets a fast time here, he could get sub 9, maybe even an 8.8 average. It all comes down to this. Not much pressure.
Would be a PR for him.
Would be a PR? Okay. Looking pretty good. Turning fast.
Typical Max style, turning pretty fast.
Onto PLL. And a 9.3. So that improves his average. I think that is a 9.3 average.
That's just a solid round.
That is very solid from Max Park.
4 9s and a 7.
Crazy.
Luke Garrett's silly averages. Oh, why am I looking here like they're going to be uploaded? Jaded from live data entry last night.
Tommy Cherry immediately starting inspection on his solve on the yellow stage.
Wasting no time.
Seemed like he said, I'm ready before he even sat down in his seat.
It's a habit with a lot of the blinders, especially 3 blind. They don't like to waste any time. They just get stuck into it.
So currently, well, before Max Park is entered, Sean Patrick Villanueva got a 9.69 average in the first round of one-handed, putting him at top. But Max Park has beaten that by almost half a second, I believe. But now we got Patrick solving on the green stage.
Haven't seen a whole lot of Patrick solves, but a 9.3 is putting him around about even stead with Max, depending on what the rest of his solves were. We're not so sure.
Seems like there might have been a bit of delay on the green stage, so he might only be 2 solves in and have that 16 and a 9. Also with a very quick average in this round is Dwayne Ramos from New Zealand with a 9.75 average. He has very, very tough goals. I know he wants to get world record average or he wants to place well in the finals. And I saw him looking quite frustrated with this 9.75 average. So it's kind of crazy that you can get sub 10 and still be disappointed.
He does put a lot of pressure on himself to perform well, but if anyone can live up to that pressure, it's my boy Dwayne Ramos.
Yes. Our
He's done it
homie
time and time
from
again.
Below down under.
Down under, down under. That's like down under squared.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness.
Speaking of down under, Lachlan Cook from Newcastle in New South Wales solving on the green stage in the back right. Getting a time. Looking
One
like
of the
he's
times.
struggling a bit.
현장에 계신 김하빈 선수 레드 스테이지
Very good
와주세요.
mates with Lachlan Cook. He's a
김하빈
very
선수
avid
레드
runner.
스테이지
Recently
와주십시오.
clocked a sub 18 5K at his local Newcastle park run.
Hell yeah.
We're running. We're going running after Worlds? Running. Is that what you said?
Patrick Ponce on the green stage. We've only seen 2 solves so far. And I believe it's a 16 and a 9.3. Starting his solve now. Got that 16 looming over him. Let's see what he can pull
김하빈
out the bag.
김하빈 선수 빨간색 스테이지로 와주시기 바랍니다.
Looking very clean onto PLL. Bit of a lock-up. Oh, and a massive fumble and a 10.3. That was looking like a 7 or an 8.
Just smile. Just smile the pain away, Patrick. We've all been there.
Not quite sure if that 16 was an extra or not. I think he may have been a bit distracted by the announcements that were made, but we have no way of telling what his result was. There's a lot of announcements at this competition, so I would guess they wouldn't give an extra out for that. Otherwise, we would be here all day.
Twice the amount of your typical comp announcements, because I have to do them in 2 languages.
Yep. And I think that is us done for the morning. Now we can wrap up, have a break. We will return at 1 p.m. for the first round of 3x3 blindfolded. You were competing in that. You got any goals?
Nope. 3x3 blind is not something I place a particular great deal of importance on. So I'm just out there to have fun and make round 2, hopefully.
All right. I believe in you. And we'll see you all after lunch.
Thank you, Chris Mills.
Thank you, Michael Tripodi.
Bye-bye now.
It's brand new. Already I just bought it. He knows to. Lunch is
Is there anything we need to hand